Hey Johnny, welcome. So today I'm gonna play with a handicap. We're gonna do all the content from the game, and I will remove the gem levels from my crossbow. So we're gonna do some interesting things. Also, apparently they changed Eye of a Full Doom. They added Spirit, and because of this, I think the amulet will go expensive. So Eye of a Full Doom, it's very affordable, but they added Spirit in the next patch on Eye of a Full Doom, and I think all the guys that will play spell totems will go for Eye of a Full Doom amulet, and because of that, we can use a rare amulet or fire flower. So I will do some changes to the build. We'll try to make it as cheap as possible. I want to show everyone that this build can do all the content with very cheap items and also very tanky. Let me drink my coffee here a little and we start. Yeah. So apparently they reworked Eye of a Full Doom. Yeah, they didn't update it part for the patch notes. Let's continue here. So this is a warrior that I started recently, my third warrior from level 1. I progressed the build and now I'm farming levels. And here I'm using Eye of a Full Doom. They did a rework. So instead of maximum life, now you have increased spirit. And because of this change, we're no longer gonna use it because it will be expensive. So because we have spirit now instead of life, all the guys that make spell totems will take Eye of a Full Doom, will be mandatory. So I will replace this one. We can take Fire Flower Amulet, which is this one. Very cheap amulet. So we can use on League Start Fire Flower. You try to get with +4 or +3. +4 it's ideal. Let's put it like this. You either get Fire Flower with +4 or you get a rare amulet with +3. Because on the rare amulet you can also get some life, you can get some resistances, you can get more modifiers. Yeah. So you either go with Fire Flower +4 directly or you use a rare amulet with +3. I'm talking about the end game here. Yeah. Because I expect this amulet to be crazy expensive in the next patch with the rework that they did. Let me clean my inventory first. And inventory management, it's terrible for me. Also, I want to play with the handicap here. I will remove the gem levels. So they did a change for crafting. It's not a big deal for my build because it still does a lot of damage, so it will be harder to get gem levels on the crossbow. I mean, you need to pay more, but we can still craft deterministically a very cheap crossbow with 1 additional totem and a lot of physical damage, and still do a lot of damage. I will show you in a second. Let's craft now a crossbow. Give me a second. So I will craft a siege crossbow to emulate the changes that will happen in 0.5. Yeah, welcome everyone. I just started the stream. How do you determine if you're a Saki boy or not? Man, Saki boy are noobs, but it sounds better. When I say Saki boy, for me, it sounds much friendlier than a noob. Or no, if I say Saki boy, it's friendly. I like it more. So noobs, you know, people that suck. New to the game. Let's put new to the game. Saki boy sounds better for me. That's why I say Saki boy. Yeah. Welcome everyone. Welcome. So let me show you the new craft for the crossbow on League Start, which will be even cheaper now. They did a change recently. You cannot use more than 1 essence. In my craft here for crafting the crossbow, we were using 2 essences. Now we're gonna just use 1. I'm talking about League Start for the budget items, yeah? So you put siege crossbow on the end game, you put magic. Again, you take with increased physical damage. This is the on League Start prices. It's like 1 exalted, maximum 5 exalted. Yeah, you don't even need tier 1. Now it's a different... Oh shit! Now it's a different economy. So don't worry about what you see here. This is patch 0.4. The market is fucked up. So ignore these prices. On League Start it's like 2 exalted, 5 exalted, yeah? So don't get scared by what you see here. I'm showing how we will craft. So this is like 2 5 exalted, or you have hundreds of them. And we have a different economy. People are not no longer farming bases. That's the problem. People are no longer picking white items, magic items from the ground. Yeah, they're just doing League Start test. Nobody is listing magic items anymore. That's why they are expensive. I'm showing you the new process. So again, you buy a base with increased physical damage. Tier 1, Tier 2 or Tier 3. This is the modifier that matters. Then you'll use this one. We still use the Essence of Abrasion, so this will be the only essence that we use. Greater Essence of Abrasion is like 3 Exalted, maximum 5 Exalted Orb on League start prices. So this is cheap. This will give you flat physical damage. Like this, flat physical damage. And now we will desecrate for 1 extra totem and we don't take gem levels. So this will be the new craft. Yeah? Without gem levels, so it will be even cheaper actually, because Perfect Essence of Battle, it was like 100 Exalted Orbs on League start. So crafting the crossbow actually will be even cheaper in next league. So this essence on League start, it was like 100 Exalted Orbs, yeah? Now we don't use it anymore because they did a change today in the patch notes. You cannot use 2 essences. So I used already an Essence of Abrasion, I cannot use Essence of Battle anymore. So the next step after you put Essence of Abrasion, you want to desecrate it. So you can still desecrate it. Put the job on. This is very cheap on League start, like 1 Exalted Orb. Then we put Sinistral Necromancy. This will apply the desecration on the prefix. This is like 1 Exalted on League start, very cheap. I'm talking about League start prices, let's be clear. And you want to put Omen of the Sovereign. This is like 1 Exalted again, very cheap. On League start, very cheap. Look at this shit. So this is 1 Exalted Orb on League start, it's not 11 Divines. So don't panic. It drops everywhere, literally everywhere. You activate the Omens and you put Job on here. We'll apply the desecration on the prefix and it will guarantee to give you 1 extra totem. And we don't play with gem levels. For the other modifiers, what I recommend? You put 2 greater Exalted Orbs here. Whatever you get, you stick with it. If you're lucky, you can even get gem levels. But if you don't get gem levels, it's still a powerful crossbow. You go to Well of Souls, you get 1 extra totem and you play like this. And this will be the weapon for League start. I'm gonna do maps with a handicap now, minus 5 levels, and I'll still do without problems. I'll do a map showcase, don't worry. You see, it's guaranteed to give you 1 extra totem, you take it. And I'm gonna play without the gem levels, and I'm gonna still do a shit ton of damage. So no problem. It's actually cheaper to craft. You put quality, so we end the craft with some quality and some runes, and that's it. You can still do waste on 15-16 without problems, and later when you have some currency, you'll buy a crossbow with gem levels, yeah? It will be, you buy it directly from the trade, it will have also gem levels, which will give you much more damage. Let me buy some quality item. No, you should not be happy, my boy. Don't be happy about Item of Uldum. Actually, I will remove it, because it added spirit on the Item of Uldum. This means that it will be expensive. So we have a lot of people that will make spell totems next league. And Item of Uldum will be used, but they need spirit. And because they need spirit, everyone will go for Item of Uldum, so it will no longer be cheap. This amulet on League start probably will be like 20 divine herbs, because a lot of people make spell totems. So because this will be expensive, I will drop it actually, and I will show you what we're gonna use. Yeah, we no longer use Item of Uldum. This will be a crazy expensive on League start. So I don't want expensive items. Give me a second, let's put quality and I will show you in a second. So here I'm doing changes for League start prices to make the build as cheap as possible, yeah? That's what I want. I want to make the build as cheap as possible with League start items. Put quality. Put 2 iron runes. Here. And you're done. You're done. If you're dicky picky, I told about Valley Infusers that you can use. Let me see, do I have them? So what you can do, if you want to push later the crossbow, you can also put some Valley Infusers. This will add the extra quality, so it gives you more damage. Don't worry about the price, it's cheap. This is very cheap on League start prices. So if you have 20 quality here, if you put Valley Infuser, it will raise your quality. The worst thing that can happen, it can give you corrupted status, but it will not affect your explicits. Yeah, so you don't lose any modifier. Look, 23 quality, 24 quality, 25, and they give me corrupted status. Now I cannot change it anymore. But the more quality you have, it gives you more physical damage. So I recommend to put some infusers too. Now I'm gonna use this weapon, which does not have gem levels. So I'm playing with a big handicap. Now I will showcase the build with a big handicap. I will still do a lot of damage. Let me open a map. I'm gonna juice it very aggressively, so we make it hard. Man, I need some space. 1 second, I need to deposit. I'm struggling with space, you see. Let's put it here. I mean, this is also fine. Give me a second. Oh. Okay. I need to put on the screen so everyone can see that I'm playing with a handicap. Just in case. Give me a second. I'll put a text on the screen. Here, we're gonna put... playing with -5 skill levels. Handicap. And too much text. Put it here, put it here. I don't want to put text everywhere, you know. Let me shorten it a little. Give me a second. People need to understand that I'm playing with a big handicap here, because later you're gonna get gem levels eventually. You'll get a crossbow with gem levels. It will get even better. Let's put like this. Okay, let's open a map. So I'm gonna take a map here. We want to juice it. Let's juice it to the maximum. And let's do a showcase. Damage is still fine. Hello sir, from your experience, when will the character move to Standard League? In 2 days. Okay, let's do this one. So damage is still high. Even without gem levels, you'll still do a lot of damage. Actually, you should be happy because it's much cheaper to craft. So if you don't have gem levels now, Perfect Essence of Battle was the most expensive component. Now we don't use it anymore, yeah? Because we don't use it anymore, it will be even cheaper to craft this crossbow for the endgame. Let's see the damage. I'm using very cheap items for League Start. Area level 80, by the way. Oh, I will also do more damage because I need to do the lab. So I need to do the last Ascendancy for armor break. Remember, this is the cheap setup. The build has a cheap setup and an expensive setup. This is the cheap setup, but it's not even done. And another thing that I forgot, you should... 1 second. You should level up. Let me check my levels. It's level 18. Yeah, this we can get it to 21 actually. Let me show you a trick. We do it now. 1 second. This is very cheap. 1 moment. To close a couple of things. I made a video on YouTube. I need to close some programs. Okay, now I can put the portal. Man, I forgot what I wanted to do. My boys, what the fuck I wanted to do? I forgot. Oh. My boys, I think I'm getting gold. I wanted to do something, but I forgot. Ah, I remember. Yes, I wanted the skill gem. Yeah, the gem. So we take some random skill gems above level 13. This is very cheap. I remember now. Here we remove this one. So we can take multiple cluster grenades. You don't need to apply quality. So quality here does nothing. So you don't worry about quality. And you don't worry about boy. Putting greater jewelers or perfect jewelers. None of that. You just take some random gems. Yeah, then I think I'm getting all the... I forgot what I wanted to do. And even yesterday I forgot a couple of times. Alzheimer. Oh. Put here crossbow. And now you want to corrupt. And you want to get +1 gem levels. You click like this until you get +1 gem level corruption. Look, I got it. You'll get it like in 20 slams, you get 1. And these gems are cheap. I got +1 level corruption. Now you level it up. You can still level it up. So we soak it with +1, which is big. We get an uncast skill gem level 19. We level it up. And now, you see, you have level 19 plus +1 from corruption. So remember to do this thing with the corruption, +1 gem level, it's a lot of damage. And what I did here, it's extremely cheap, because we don't put quality, and we don't put Jeweler's Orb, so you don't care about Jeweler's Orb. You just take the gem and you put Valor, you get +1. This is a big DPS boost for free. Of course it is worth it, it gives you a lot of damage. So what I did here, it's a lot of damage for free. So everyone should do this thing. You get a lot of damage basically for free. When you want, yeah, let's go back to the map. So remember what I did here. We go back to the map. The totem is in my room, not here. So I have the totem in my room, I don't keep it here. We're gonna do the lab, so I do even more damage. So on the last lab here, we get armor break. It will break the armor of the enemies, which is big DPS boost. And we also pair it up with this skill, so applies to fire damage. I will need to do it around level 90. So around level 90, I do Trial of Sekema. So I recommend around level 90, it's the sweet spot for the last lab. My boy, welcome everyone. I just started the stream. I'm playing with a big handicap here. So what I did, I removed entirely from my crossbow 5 gem levels. I'm playing with a big handicap. Later, of course, you will buy, so later you can still get a crossbow with +5, but you will need to farm some currency. So this is very cheap to craft deterministically without gem levels. Area level 80, yeah? I'm doing garbage juice. The maps are very juiced, by the way. I don't even use the rejects when I roll it. No, it's +5. So +3 is from the Essence of Battle, which we no longer use. You can still get +5 in next patch, yeah? So on the crossbow, you can still find +5. So the crossbow could roll naturally up to +7. And now it can roll up to +5, so you can still get a crossbow with +5 in next patch. So maximum that you can get is +5. And too many rares, 1 second. So I'm playing with the handicap. I hope people check the bottom of the screen here. It's a big handicap, -5 gem levels. And damage is still great, even with the handicap. It will... And this is nothing because the build is far away from being done. So the build is not even done. I mean, I have still a lot of updates to do. And it's quite powerful. Items are very cheap. I like Abyss because of the experience. So in addition to the loot, you get a lot of experience. Of course, I do great. I'm playing responsibly because on League Start I play a lot, so I will stream like 12 hours, 14 hours per day. I don't want to get burned out. That's it. So I want to enjoy the game when I play, that's why I'm playing. I will stream a lot on League Start, and that's why. I don't want to get burned out now. So even with a big handicap, build is still very powerful. And it's not even done what you see here. When I reach level 90, we do the last lab. Yeah, I have a point. Let's see what we can take. You should follow with the build guide, yeah? Oh, I took this one. Something that boosts damage for now. Let me open the build guide, yeah? I know. We go here because I will do the last Ascendancy and we need this node. Yeah, we need it. It gives you a lot of damage. We don't use mana, it's quite tanky, one button build, very lazy, very cheap. So what more do you want? My boy, read the screen. Look, I'm playing without gem levels. So to emulate the crafting changes, I crafted this for, so the crafting the crossbow will be even cheaper. It's very dirt cheap. It's extremely cheap to craft a crossbow like this in the next patch. Yeah, which is a good thing. I don't have gem levels. And what you see, it's what you get. So I'm playing on an ultra cheap crossbow without gem levels. So you can still play the build without problems. Look, I don't have gem levels on the crossbow, build still shreds. Later, when you have more currency, you can get also with +5 gem levels. So you have physical damage, you have 1 extra totem. In addition, you get +5 levels. Here I'm playing without 5 levels, build still destroys everything. And you should be happy because the build is even cheaper. So you can make the build now for like 1 divine. You can do waste on 15-16 for like 1 divine, will be even cheaper because of this change. So yeah, you do waste on 15-16 for like 1-2 divine of very cheap items. So people should be happy with this change. Some builds will struggle with the prices, the items will be expensive, not my build. Okay, let's go out. And there is another change that I want to do. So recently they added extra patch notes and they talked about Idol of Full-Doom, the amulet. And they said they added spirit. So now we no longer have maximum life, now we have increased spirit. And before, I think a lot of people will play spell totems, and they will need the spirit on the Idol of Full-Doom, so this will be expensive. In patch 0.5, on League this amulet will be crazy expensive because of all the builds that use spell totems, yeah? Remember, no problem, you take a rare amulet with +3 then. So if Idol of Full-Doom is expensive, you're gonna buy an amulet like this for the endgame. You put here amulet. You put here projectile skills. This will be the amulet for the endgame. You get +3. If you're really poor, you buy +2. Same thing. But I get +3 because here I'm emulating late endgame. And you, of course, you can get with some life, so no problem. And you buy something like this. It's lower the life. And this will be for the late end game. Or you use fire flower amulet. This amulet here, you put fire flower. This is another unique that you can use. And this can roll actually with +4. Give me a second. Where? Here, you put +4. And this is another amulet that you can use. So you have two options. You take a rare amulet with +3 projectile gems. Or you take fire flower with +4 here, it gives you a lot of damage. These are the alternatives to Idol of Full-Doom. My boy, the slothful one, boss, thank you for the bits, man. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. I was explaining the alternatives to Idol of Full-Doom. So you take +3 rare amulet, or you get fire flower with +4, and you use it. This is very cheap, by the way. Fire flower on League Start, it's very cheap, this amulet, yeah? No, my boy, you should not be happy about Idol of Full-Doom. This is what I'm repeating. People should not be happy. I'm really sad of the change. So what they did? They removed life and they put spirit. You should be sad. You'll be ultra expensive. So this amulet was cheap. Because they added spirit, this will be like 20 divines on League Start. We have so many people League starting with spell totems and they need a lot of spirit. And because of this change, all of them will take Idol of Full-Doom. So this was very cheap. Now it will be like 20-30 divine orbs. So you should not be happy. As a matter of fact, I will drop Idol of Full-Doom. We no longer use it. So because of this change, I will no longer use Idol of Full-Doom. We're gonna use a rare amulet or a fire flower because of this change. So you should not be happy. They will go with Idol of Full-Doom now. So we're gonna take an amulet. We take projectile skills. And you can take +2 or +3. This will be the amulet that we're gonna use instead of Idol of Full-Doom. No problem. If you use an amulet such as this one, you should take some maximum life. Remember, you can get extra modifiers. Yeah, even chaos resistance you can get here. Huh? Let me check my chaos resistance. Yeah, we can take some chaos resistance. Let me get some strength. The reason I take strength on a lot of my items, it gives you also extra life. Something like this. With strength gives you extra life. You can get even more. And if you have more money for the later game, you get +3. Remember, it's cheaper on League Start. So it's not like 2 divines, it will be like 100 exalted orbs on League Start. It's very powerful with such an amulet, it's very powerful. Let's see if we find something. So League Start something like this is 100 exalted orbs, maybe 1 divine. It's not 2 divine orbs like here. Yeah. Let's take +2. So I want to show you it's powerful even with +2. Ideally you want +3 from the end game, but I'll take with +2. Also you can get defensive stats like increased armor, look. So this amulet can also give you increased armor. It can even give you global defenses actually. So you can craft with global defenses too. Let me see what we have. I'll buy this one, yeah, it's fine. Look, yeah, even chaos resistance, global defenses, I mean, there are some benefits for this. So I expect with the rework of White of Uldum, I expect this amulet to be very expensive next league, like really expensive, yeah? You buy +2 or +3 with projectile skills instead. This will be for League Start items. Will you update this in the build guide? Yes, after the stream. So after I finish the stream today, I will update the build guide, yes. You can put Catalyst if you want, Flash Catalyst, it will give you more life. Or Attribute Catalyst is also fine. You can put here, we can anoint it. We're gonna put the cheapest anoint, which will be this one. Heavy Ammunition. Guild, Grid. This is very cheap on League Start. We're gonna use Guild, Grid. This is extremely cheap and very efficient. I'm gonna use this one. And this if Idol of Uldum will be expensive because it will be ultra expensive now. All the guys that make spell totems will need Idol of Uldum with Spirit. But Idol of Uldum, we're gonna use gem levels on this one, or you get Fire Flower. Let's open a map to see the damage, yeah? Let's juice a map. I don't even read. My build can do all the modifiers. I don't read the shit. So you just juice it and you run it. Very strong build. Of course. My boy, you're new to my channel. So this is a build that I played in 0.3, in 0.4. It can do all the content. Hey, let me check the map modifiers. One second. What we have here? Let me read it. They move fast. So without Out of Uldum, you'll have 4 totems. But you do more damage. The explosions will do more damage because of the gem levels. So it balances out, yeah? See, no problem. Yeah, people should wait to finish the stream and I will update the build guide. So this is exactly what you will see next league. Yeah, I'm playing with handicap, I'm playing with the changes. I removed the Idol of Uldum, I took even +2. So this amulet can give you +3, even better. I got with +2. So I bought it even cheaper. No, Fire Flower, not Sunflower, Fire Flower. I talked about Fire Flower. So later when you want to max the build, you get the Fire Flower, but you get it with +4. I do not recommend to buy Fire Flower with +3 or +2. So this needs to have +4. If you go with Fire Flower, it needs to be +4 because you can get +2 or +3 on a rare amulet, which is superior because it gives you life, extra resistances, defenses. So you buy Fire Flower only if it has +4. You don't buy +1, you don't buy +2, you don't buy +3. So just +4, else you buy a rare amulet. Show crossbow, I will show the crossbow. I don't have gem levels. Crafting a crossbow like this is like 50 exalted orbs, or even less. So you can craft something like this for the endgame deterministically for 40 exalted, 50 exalted. No gem levels. You see, I removed the gem levels. And I'm still doing a lot of damage. What advice for shamans? Man, you mean charms or shaman? What do you mean? Man, spell it properly so I understand. You mean charms? You say what advice for charms? I don't understand what you said. The charms, use the one from the build guide. So you want an amethyst charm. On League Start, it will give you extra chaos resistance. It's very important. You want a towing charm so you don't get frozen. And if you do Abyss, you need a dowsing charm so you remove the ignite. So the Abyssal monsters will apply powerful ignites. You need, if you do Abyss, you put dowsing charm. You have it in the build guide, by the way. And let's be clear, even though I'm playing without gem levels, you can still get +5. So next league, when you get some currency, you can still buy a crossbow with gem levels. Yeah? It's just on League Start. I'm using very cheap items on League Start. But later, you can get a crossbow with physical damage, 1 extra totem, and +5. Yeah? So you can still get +5. Here I'm playing without +5 to emulate very cheap items. My boy, check the Twitch board, yeah? So I did the campaign 3 times. In the last 2 weeks, I leveled 3 different warriors. Give me a second. So if you go on my Twitch, you will see progression for this character. I did the campaign. You see projection for this character. I did from level 192 and for this one. So I did 3 different warriors. I shown the campaign progression from level 1 to the end game. So you have the progression already. Go and check the previous streams. I explain each act how to do it. 3 different times I did it for the last 2 weeks. Do you have a plan on Ancestral Warrior Totem? You know I have a build with it from 0.4. I will update it later. I was reading the chat. So people are writing on YouTube and Twitch. I'm reading the chat. That's a problem for me. I'm reading the chat. I'm also juicing the maps very aggressively, but yeah, it's a problem. I'm reading the chat. So I said I'm repeating daily the same thing hundreds of times. So my starter will remain this one. I will update my build later. My focus now is the Warbringer. So I don't care about the Shaman now. I will just focus on the Warbringer. Let me read the modifiers. The fuck I died? Let me check a second, see why I died. My boy, the build is tanky, so I should not die. I was on shock ground and minus resist. Let me check my resistance, 1 second. So this build should not die, yeah? It's a very tanky build. This is a very tanky build. I don't even read the modifiers, that tanky it is. Let's find a map. A normal map. Here, we do this one. Populist. Thank you for the sub, man. The build is tanky. Populist, thank you. Build is very tanky. So the build is tanky, has good defenses even on a budget. I'm playing with cheap items, let's be clear. This is a tanky build. It's because, look here. Monster deal extra damage as chaos. Monster deals have critical hit chance. So on League Start you want to read the modifiers, yeah? Here I'm not reading anything. Check the modifiers, read on the screen. So this is extremely ripping. I don't even have, I mean... So I juice the maps very aggressively. It's area level 80, this is not tier 1. So this is not tier 1, this is area level 80, yeah? You can check here to the top right, it tells you area level. I'm also playing with the handicap. I remove 5 gem levels. My crossbow doesn't have gem levels, I remove them. So I'm playing with some handicaps here too. Okay, I found the problem. My totems die fast. So how you can make your totems not to die fast? You use gem levels to level up the mortar cannon. So let's do it now. You need to level up even mortar cannon because it gives you more life for the totems. So you apply skill gems even to mortar cannon. So you apply this one to mortar cannon and it will be tankier. It will give you more resistances to the totems, yeah? So you don't level up just cluster grenade, you level up also mortar cannon because it will make the totems tankier. If you see your totems start to die, you level up mortar cannon. No, I don't care about the minions. So the minions, we don't use them for damage, we just use them for the buffs. So minions are just here to give us some buffs, they are not for damage. For damage are just the totems. No, again, I'll put the modifiers, these are shit. I expect Act of Uldum to be very expensive. So Idol of Uldum I expect to be very expensive in the next league. All the spell totems guys will go with Idol of Uldum. It has spirit now. So they reward Idol of Uldum. You no longer have life. Instead it will give you increased spirit. So it will be expensive. All the guys that make spell totems will buy Idol of Uldum. Probably will be 20 divine orbs. So on league start I think Idol of Uldum will be like 20 divine orbs. Hey, good morning. I'm waiting to go for level 90 to do the last lab, Trial of Sekema, yes? If you get surrounded by enemies, you should use Lip Slam. Sometimes you get surrounded by enemies, you cannot dodge roll. You use Lip Slam like this and you go out. Yeah, when you get surrounded by enemies, I just Lip Slam out like this. Again, I got surrounded, you Lip Slam out, yeah? Man, fuck this Strongbox, takes forever. Yeah. Very deadly modifiers, by the way. It also gives you... I think it will be used, man, for spell totems. So the reward will do Amulet, it will be used a lot for spell totems. So I reach level 90, then we go to Trial of Sekema. I recommend level 90, it will feel great. No. Another thing that you can do, there is a modifier, armor applies to elemental damage. You try to get it on your rares. So you get that modifier, armor applies to elemental damage, you take it on all your rares. It will help you with fire, cold and lightning damage. I will actually take it. So you try to take it on all your rares, armor applies to elemental damage. It will help you with fire, cold and lightning damage. Yeah, let me actually take it after this map.
Feel my wrath!
No, I'm not talking about the campaign, I'm talking about the end game. So people that play spell totems will go with Tide of a Full Doom for the end game. Increase Spirit, it's a very powerful mod. Also, it gives you one extra totem that will get... I think it will be used, you'll see. But again, my build is fine, even with... here I'm playing without Tide of a Full Doom, it's still quite powerful. Okay, let me show you the other alternative. It's Fire Flower, which is very cheap on Lickstar. Coffee, of course, coffee. That's why I don't sleep during the night. Fire Flower. This is very cheap on Lickstar. This one. Ideally, if you buy a Fire Flower, you should get it directly with 4. This one. Level of all fire skills, you get with 4. So I also recommend this one, yeah. Let me check. Now it will be expensive now because we have a different economy, but on Lickstar this is very cheap, yeah. Let's put here corrupted, no. Again, this is very cheap on Lickstar, like 10 exalted orbs, yeah. This is an amulet that I recommend also. Here I'm using +2. The amulet can roll +3 projectile skills. You do even more damage. I bought with +2. So this amulet can roll 1 up to 4 level of fire skills, yeah? Do not buy with 2 or 3. You're better off getting a rare amulet. If you buy Fire Flower, you only buy with +4. Yeah? You don't buy with +3, you don't buy with +2. Just +4. If it doesn't have +4, you buy a rare amulet with +2 or +3. Yeah, remember this. So this is also viable. Okay. What about the new Aura Amulet? Do you think they'll be interesting for the build? What do you mean new Aura Amulet? What do you mean? If you talk about Tide of a Full Doom, I think I repeated like 20 times already. So this amulet I repeated 20 times, I won't repeat again. I will make a video tomorrow actually, because I keep getting the same question. Someone was asking me on YouTube, so I keep getting the same question over and over again. I'll make tomorrow a video on YouTube. It will make it easier for me. Let's anoint it. Let's put the anoint. The anoint is very cheap. We're gonna put guild, and we put grid. Very cheap anoint on Lickstar. Attack speed, we don't care for this build. So it gives you a penalty, 5% reduced attack speed, but we don't care because attack speed does nothing for this build, yeah? So you just 40% increase projectile damage and you stun the enemies faster. You put it. Now there is a modifier that I recommend to take. It says armor applies to elemental damage. I want to take it. Yeah, on the end game, what I'm doing here, you should take that modifier. You take bases with a lot of armor and you put armor applies to elemental damage. It will mitigate better fire, cold and lighting damage. So I need fire and lighting. Give me a second. I'll buy a new helmet here. I'll do an upgrade. Put helmet. We want some decent armor. Let's play like 700 or something. We want with some light. Let's take like 120. Let's take with some fire resistance. It's like 25. Some lightning resistance. Here, let's take like 25. Nothing crazy. We take here armor applies to elemental Elemental damage, let's take like 30 or higher. Something like this on League Start should be very cheap. I like this one. I'll buy this one. So this modifier will make you even tankier. You try to get it on the gloves, on the boots, on the later when you do the end game. It's because armor applies to elemental damage. You try to get it on all the refs. Very powerful modifiers.
Check back soon.
My boy, check the VOD. So it's hard for me to repeat. Check my crossbow. I'm doing without gem levels. We are not fucked. You should actually be happy because crafting the crossbow for the end game will be cheaper. So crafting a crossbow now without Essence of Battle will be cheaper. Later you can still get with +5. So the crossbow can still roll naturally +5. You farm some currency, then you bet with +5. No problem. So you should actually be happy because now the build is even cheaper. You can make the build for 1 divine. You can do waste on 15 for 1 divine. So you should actually be happy. I don't have gem levels. I crafted a new crossbow without gem levels. I even put it on the screen, but people don't read. So let's put it here. Maybe they read. I don't have 5 gem levels on the crossbow. So you should be happy. Build it's much cheaper now. It's very dirt cheap. You can do waste on 15 for almost nothing. Let me change the rune here. I don't like it. Check my resistances. We can put Soldier of Takati here. So I'm playing with a handicap to emulate the changes that will happen next league, and I don't have any problem. Okay, Takati. Let me remove. People don't read. I put text everywhere, but nobody reads it. Okay. I'm preparing a video tomorrow, and that's the best that I can do. Let's slam here some exalted orbs. Okay, let's run this. Okay. I'm also using irradiation to push up area level. Let's take another abyssal tablet. Okay, abyss. Let's take this one. I like abyss, it gives a lot of experience. I'm trying to hit level 90 as fast as possible. So what you see, it's exactly what we get on League Start with League Start items, because the build has shit ton of upgrades to make. So the build is like 60% done, let's be clear. You have a lot of upgrades, you also need to do your Ascendancy. It's 60% done here. It still shreds. It's not even done, it's far away from being done, it still shreds. Later we're gonna do also rage stacking. Wants to ruin my stream. Let's see, let me check the modifiers, what we have here. Well, the modifiers are easy. I will do the last trial in 2 levels. And I have Mirror of Delirium. Let me remove that. Time of Need, it's active, yes. Also, you should play more carefully. I'm playing very aggressively here, by the way. This is a range build after all, you don't need to stay close. The best class is Warbringer. I made so many videos on my channel, you should watch them. So for this build archetype, the best in slot Ascendancy is Warbringer. It's purely one button. For example, if you do it on a tactician, you need to press more buttons. I need to repeat because I love it. Warbringer gives you one extra totems. Also, tactician gives you one extra totem, but it's conditional. You need to pair it up with another attack skill. So for the totems to attack on a tactician, you need to use another skill, so it's no longer one button. Also, tactician doesn't have armor break. You need to use yet another skill, so even more buttons to break the armor of the enemy. Yeah, so much more buttons to press. Also, tactician is squishy. Here we have a very powerful defensive layer. The totems absorb 20% of the damage that you take, and you have a shield that you can press. Tactician is way squishier than a Warbringer in Waystone 15-16. So defenses are also important, especially we're not using a shield. So here I'm not using a shield. Best in slot is this one. Tactician does slightly more damage, that's the only benefit. Slightly more damage, but it's squishy and you press a lot of buttons. This is a one button build. So I'm moving around, I'm just dropping a totem every 1 second. This is the playstyle. I don't need to press like 2-3 buttons or 4. The less buttons we press, the better. So on a tactician, you need to play like 2-4 buttons, 2-3-4 buttons. That's shit. Oh fuck the bird. Fuck this bird. Let me finish them up. Trying to level to 90, so we do trial of second. No, my plan is Warbringer. Someone on YouTube asked me about my plan. To make a shaman run before league start. I don't have time. The league starts in 4 days. So my whole focus is on the Warbringer. I don't want to confuse people playing another build now. So this is my starter. We have hundreds of people watching me. So I need to do league start practice with my starter. I won't make a Warbringer. So I don't play a shaman now. Shaman we can do it later. So I will only focus on the Warbringer. People will get confused. If I play a different build, everyone will get confused. This is my starter. This is the build that I will use to get my Atlas points. With this build, I will get my first currency. It's strong. It's fun to play. It's cheap. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, voices, I will use it, of course. I think everyone will use voices. You get one extra jewel for free, pretty much. So with voices, you can add more rare jewels, yeah? Minimum one extra. I will use the voices, yes. I will tweak the guide and put the voices too. What are your plans for currency at the beginning? Abyss. And I will craft jewels too. So I like cheap crafting. And I will craft a lot of jewels, rare jewels on league start. I mean, you can drop by on stream. I will do it. Everything will be done on stream. Jewel crafting on league start is very profitable. First 10 days, if you craft jewels, it's very profitable. For farming, I will do Abyss. This will be my content. But remember, this can do all the content. If you like ritual, for example, you can do it, no problem. So you like ritual, you do ritual. When do you gonna fix your guide on website with the correct 3 voices, etc.? My boy, you need to understand that voices is not yet implemented into the game. So I cannot add the voices jewel on the skill tree in my guide because we don't have voices yet in the game. So you need to wait for patch 0.5 to start, and then I will add voices to the guide. We don't have yet voices implemented into the game. So have some patience. We need to wait for the league to start. Probably after 5 days after league start, I will add voices to the guide. So I cannot add it now. We don't even know what sinistral jewels mean. It says that on voices it adds sinistral jewel sockets. I think sinistral jewels means that you can only use rare jewels. So you cannot use unique jewels. I think that's what you have a downside actually. Sinistral jewel thinking that you cannot put unique jewels. Maybe this one. But we need to wait for the league to start. So there are some changes that I cannot do now to the build guide. Like voices, for example. I cannot add it to the build guide. My boy, it's easy, everyone will do it. So making a POB that you can import in the game, it literally takes you 5 seconds. So in the path of building program, when you export the POB, you have an option. You will have an option in-game POB. So making a POB that you can import directly into the game literally will take 5 seconds. So it's easy. Everyone will do it. Of course, when I said voices, I was referring to late endgame, you know, for ultra maxing the build. So I was not referring by League Start items. When I said voices, I was not referring to League Start. So if you open my build guide, you have a normal setup and a max setup. The voices will be for the max setup, not for League Start. So we don't use voices on League Start. Look, I will do even ritual, it's easy. Remember what I'm doing here, I'm using very cheap items. Area level 80. You should desecrate the prefix. In the build guide, you have a crafting guide. I shown you how to craft the gloves. You open, after I close the stream, you watch the start. I crafted this crossbow, which is cheap as fuck. Yeah, I'll also make a video tomorrow on YouTube. I cannot repeat like every 10 minutes. So this crossbow, I literally crafted 30 minutes ago on stream. It's even cheaper, so crafting the crossbow for the endgame will be even cheaper. Yeah, you can still get gem levels, you can farm some currency and you buy it from the website with gem levels. So you should be happy. Crafting an endgame crossbow just got cheaper. It will be like 30 exalted orbs. Without Essence of Battle, it will be even cheaper to craft. I'll make a video on it, but I cannot repeat every 30 minutes. So yeah, tomorrow I'll make a video on it. So crafting an endgame crossbow just got cheaper. It's no longer 1 divine, it's like 30 exalted now. Someone on YouTube asked me what is the best content for this build. Everything. So this build can do everything. The best content I would recommend, if you were talking about the easiest content possible, will be ritual. So for this build, the most easiest content, it should be ritual. But this build can do everything here. I will go with Abyss. Personally, I will go with Abyss. You ask me which is the easiest and best in slot. The easiest content is ritual. But I will go with Abyss next league. This can do everything. You want breach, you do breach. You want expedition, you do expedition. Delirium is shit, it's a bait. Don't do Delirium Elixir. I'll go with Abyss. So the easiest content will be Abyss. Ritual, sorry. My boy, I got that question like 40 times. I will not repeat anymore. Remember, I'm playing with a handicap. I don't have gem levels here. Tomorrow I'll make a video on YouTube. So if I repeat the same question every 5 minutes, I'll go crazy. I repeated more than 20 times. I won't repeat again. I'll make a video tomorrow. And you can watch the video. Every 5 minutes I'm repeating the same question. I'm also playing with a handicap. I don't have gem levels on my crossbow. So people need to imagine that repeating every 5 minutes, it's stressful for me, yeah? Plus, I need to repeat a lot of words. I literally stop the stream for like 3 minutes every 5 minutes. No. I'll make a video tomorrow. I cannot repeat anymore. It's tomorrow on my YouTube channel. You will see a video. I will explain this in the video. So I don't really have to repeat every 5 minutes. Remember, I'm playing with the handicap, and the build is still very powerful. Okay, let's do this one. Yeah. So later you still get the +5 gem levels by later. Yeah, on League Start we're gonna use it without gem levels, which everyone should be happy because it's very cheap to craft now. It's like 30 exalted orbs. Crafting an endgame crossbow like this will be like 30 exalted orbs. So even cheaper now. But later you can still get +5, yeah? You'll have physical damage, additional grenade, 1 extra totem, and +5 gem levels later. So you can still get gem levels. But until then, you're gonna craft one like this, is like 30 exalted orbs. As you can see, even without gem levels, I'm still doing a lot of damage. Oh, we have a point here. This one. I'm preparing to do the lab to take armor break, which will give you extra damage at level 90. I mean, we can do it now. Let's do trial of Sekema after this map. Okay, let me do trial of Sekema now. So I recommend to do trial of Sekema or trial of Chaos around level 90. My boy, it's your problem, I repeat it. So regarding the essence craft, you're a sucky boy. I've been repeating every 5 minutes. It's not my problem. So I started to get pissed now. I get the same question every 5 minutes. This crossbow was crafted on stream with 1 essence. So this is a crossbow that I crafted with 1 essence. I'm not using essence of battle. I don't have skill gem levels. So if you make me repeat one more time, I'll literally go angry. So I start to get angry now. I'm getting the same fucking question every 5 minutes. So this is a crossbow. I crafted it for on League Start. You can craft something like this for like 30 exalted orbs. I didn't use the essence of battle. So this is the new crafting that I will do. I will update the build guide after the beautiful stream. Now leave me play. So this I crafted on stream. I use just 1 essence. As you can see, I can do without problems waste on 16, waste on 15. It's still very powerful. And this will be the new craft. I will add it to the build guide, but now let me play. If you want to see how I craft it, after I close the stream, you watch the Twitch VOD. But don't make me repeat every 5 minutes. Let's do trial of Sekema. It's hard for me. I'm repeating the same thing. I go crazy. I'm triggered a little. I can feel it. I'm triggered. If I get this question, let me buy it here. Baria, no? This one. I'm getting the same question again and again. I'll go crazy. You're a sucky boy. Let's buy this one. Now I'll do for the last points.
You've received a shipment.
So if you don't have gem levels, no problem. You still do a lot of damage. Later, when you farm some currency, you buy with gem levels. But until then, you can craft a crossbow like this for 40 exalted orbs, which is very cheap.
Good.
Okay, we do it and we do it. Hi, why don't you use explosive grenade instead of cluster grenade for single target? You need to understand that the in-game DPS tooltip is not everything. Cluster grenade gives you a lot of small explosions that overlap. Yeah? So even though you see less DPS in the tooltip, fuck the tooltip, the small grenades that cluster grenades shoots, they overlap. And all those detonation overlap, and actually it's more damage. So cluster grenade does a lot of single damage. Even though the DPS tooltip gives you a smaller number, in reality it's more damage. So cluster grenade, it's superior for map clear speed and for single target and explosive grenades. Saki boys, what they do? Saki boys, they go here and they watch the DPS tooltip. And they compare, oh, explosive grenade gives more DPS tooltip, this means it's better. No. The cluster grenade shoots a lot of mini grenades that they overlap explosions. You know, a lot of explosions that they overlap. Also, those mini grenades can detonate multiple times. Chance to activate a second time. That's a lot of extra damage. So cluster grenade, it's superior to explosive grenade. Even though the DPS tooltip shows you a lower number, yeah? And the Saki boys get fooled with the DPS tooltip. Okay, so here you want some honor resistance and maximum honor. So you take maximum honor and honor resistance when you do trial of Sekema. These are the modifiers that will make it easy. You don't touch trial of Sekema without honor resistance, yeah? You need to have around 60 or 75.
I continue.
Are cheap, the relics are cheap. So cluster grenade is great for clear speed on maps, great for single target. Even though the DPS tooltip says a lower number, it's actually much more damage. But Saki boys, they just watch the DPS number, tooltip. It's more damage. Also, gem swapping sucks. People don't like to gem swap. If you have a build where you need to swap gems around, it's a shit build. No, each time when you have a boss to open here to change a gem, terrible. You don't want that. Yeah, gem swapping, it's terrible. Let me see. Here. Yes, this will be my starter. It's the same starter that I did in 0.3, 0.4. It's well tested. So I don't like to risk it on a league start. I want to make... I usually tend to make the same starters, usually, even in Path of Exile 1. So the more you play a build, the more better you get at it, the more you perfect the build. So I like to focus on one build, especially for the starter. Let me see what we take. Then I'll make different builds. I'll even make a Spirit Walker, but my league starter is important. I want to unlock my Atlas fast. I also need some early currency. This build is incredible. It's very lazy to play too, so I don't stress myself. But yeah, I have this mentality, if you make the same starter, you get better at it. The more you do repeat the same starter, you get better and better with that build. Let's go here. My second character will not be the shaman. I will actually make a Spirit Walker with Zoo build. Yeah, I also want to make a Zoo build. I think a lot of people will experiment with the Zoo build. It should be fun, but for mapping it will be slow. The companions have delayed attacks, they don't attack instantly. So clearing the maps will be a little slow, but it should be a safe build, also quite fun to play. Probably 0 buttons, or 1 button or 0 buttons. So it will be lazy, will be a lazy build. My boy, let me finish the room and I'll show it again. So what I did for the last 2 weeks, I leveled warriors from level 1 to the end game. And live on stream I shown the campaign. What you can do, you can go on my Twitch channel and you check the previous VODs from and see how it went in the campaign. That's why I'm doing this. Let me put something on the screen. Give me a second. I'll put something on the screen and you go directly there. Okay, we have a channel here. You scroll down. Let's read together. I recently leveled up live on stream 3 different warriors from level 1 to 90 plus. Here you have the campaign progression for my third warrior. And the beauty of it, you can skip directly to the part that interests you. You want to see Act 1, you just watch Act 1. You want Act 3, you go directly to Act 3. I'll give you the link and you watch it. So this is the campaign progression. I give you everything that you need to do. I'll put it on Twitch, I'll put it on YouTube. Put it on YouTube. So here I did with live commentary how to finish the campaign. Let's open it. I mean, doesn't show. I give you the link on the chat, check the chat. So this is the third warrior that I leveled up recently. 2 days ago this was level 1. Let's go here. You don't have to watch the entire thing, you just skip to the part that interests you. You can see the transition to grenade, you can see the transition to volcanic fissure. You can see how I did the act bosses. Maybe you want to see how I killed act 1 boss. You can skip directly there. Let's go here. If you don't like Trial of Sekema, you can do Trial of Chaos. So this is personal preference. I like Trial of Sekema. Yeah, if you want extra damage, you can take physical damage on the gloves, you can take physical damage on the rings, yeah, or fire damage. So you can take physical damage to attacks, fire damage to attacks on the gloves, on the rings. This will actually apply to grenades.
Magnificence. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself. It burns.
I can't yet.
Yeah, for those that joined the stream late, I'm playing with a big handicap. I don't have gem levels on the crossbow, yeah? So my crossbow doesn't have +5 gem levels. I removed them. Ma bun, said Onion Master. Mom, you're the master of all said Onion. What a terrible joke. Thank you for the support. Have a good start in 4 days. When it's actually crazy. The league starts in just 4 days. Yeah, man, this is powerful and this is also powerful.
Fight with intent.
Look, I'm lacking free water to take this one.
Use that well.
So the league is pretty soon. You should decide on the league starters. Tomorrow I'll make a mini guide on the campaign. So this is my plan. For tomorrow I'll make a guide. I will sum up the important parts for each act. I will publish it on YouTube. So I'll take each act, give you the important reminders. I will explain which modifiers you should look for the items, yeah, in the campaign. I'll give you some tricks and tips. Yeah, so it will be a summary for the campaign, how you should progress in the campaign. I will publish the video tomorrow if you want to see it on my channel. And that's it, I'm done with my league starter. So it will be a mini guide for the campaign. Make the video tomorrow. You also have a mini guide in the build guide. Let's take this one. Did you see that? Of course I seen it. Why do you think that I don't have gem levels here? Why do you think I play without gem levels? Because I've seen the change. You should actually be happy because crafting the crossbow for the endgame is cheaper now. So you pay even less now. The build is even cheaper now. Look, I don't have gem levels, so I didn't use the Essence of Battle. You can still get gem levels later. You can still get +5, but on League Start we don't use it. I'm still doing a lot of damage. I even put it on the screen that I'm playing with the handicap without gem levels. -5, yeah? What I love, they discounted the game. So if you want to play now early access Path of Exile 2, you can buy the key 50% cheaper. So there were a couple of guys wanting to buy the game. Now they really can buy it, it's cheaper. It makes sense because anyway they will gonna release the game free to play like in 7 months. Okay, here I need to be careful. So in these rooms with the traps, you need to be a little careful. You can dodge roll on top of the traps, you don't take damage. Oh, oh! Yeah.
Come here!
I'm also using Lip Slam. When I get surrounded, I'll use Lip Slam to jump out. Dodge roll here and dodge roll here so I don't get hit. Man, I really like the fragment tab. So inventory management and stash tab management was a pain still with the fragments. Now it should be way cleaner. So a big addition to the game that I really want to see, it's the fragment tab, and we have it now. So the stash tabs will be cleaner now. Oh! I mean, yeah, if you play Path of Exile 1, that's a big... you buy the key, you have all the stash tabs already. So all the important stash tabs, you already have them in Path of Exile 2. I think this will motivate a lot of players that don't want to try Path of Exile 2 to try it. The fact that they don't need to buy the stash tab one additional time. So if you play Path of Exile 1, you already have the stash tabs, you don't need to buy them again. This will give you some extra motivation to actually play Path of Exile 2.
Disrupted.
Let's go here. You see, I'm reading the rooms, I'm also reading the afflictions. You should watch a guide on Trial of Sekema. This is actually tricky for new players. Trial of Sekema, it's not for new players in my opinion. They should do Trial of Chaos. It's easier. My boy, your question I got it like 200 times, but I will repeat because I love it. You ask me about the POB that you can import into the game, of course I will make it. It takes me 5 seconds. So in the community, in the Path of Building program, in 1 week or 2 weeks, they will add a feature where you can export the POB for the game. To export the POB for the game, it takes you 5 seconds. So all the creators will make it. Oh, of course I will make it. We're waiting for that feature to get implemented, so I cannot create it now. Even if I create it now, let's say where you put the code. You don't have anywhere to put the code. So we need to wait like 20 days and then all the creators will make it. It literally takes us 5 seconds. To generate a POB for the game, it will take us 5 seconds, 3 or 5 seconds. So everyone will make it. Because it's easy. It's not like we're putting effort. When we export the POB, we select the in-game and that's it. So everyone will make it. It's not effort. Well, instead of putting normal POB, we put in-game POB or how the fuck you call it, and it will take us 5 seconds to generate. And if you don't create a POB for the game, people will get upset. This will be the new norm. So if you're a build creator, you will need to generate a file for the game. My only disappointment is that some people will not read the build guide anymore. They will just copy paste the POB, they will import it inside the game, and they don't read the build guide. And they can do mistakes, they can overpay for the items. Yeah. That's why I'm a little upset. A lot of Saki boys will copy paste the POB, will put it in the game, they don't check the build guide anymore. And they will overpay, they will do mistakes. Build guide should be read. People should read the build guide. Or watch it or something. My boy, I'll give you great news. Style of Sekema, it's great for totems. So even if you play spell totems, let's say, but later, not only spell. Spell totems are actually weak. So spell totems on in the campaign should be weak. You don't have good opportunities to scale damage. Spell totems will be great in the end game. But don't expect to transition to spell totems in the campaign and do damage. They should suck in the campaign, but they will get powerful in the end game. Spell totems will be more powerful for the end game, which is great. In the campaign they should be clunky to play, but in the endgame it will be great. Yeah. If you want, you make spell totem. This is a well-tested build. I like to make builds that I know for sure they work.
Now for you.
That was an impressive display.
My boy, you open the build guide and you read. If you don't want to read, I will tell you. Volcanic Fisher. I leveled up 3 different warriors from level 1 to 90. This is number 3, and I did a campaign on stream.
I shall aid you.
So I did a campaign progression on stream. This is warrior number 3. In the campaign we use Volcanic Fisher. The transition to grenades will happen at level 52. So Mortar Cannon I swap at level 52. Until then we use Volcanic Fisher. It's in the build guide. I also have shit ton of videos with this. Let me see where I go. Here. Tomorrow I'll also make a reminder video. I'll publish it on my YouTube channel explaining how you should do the campaign. It's a reminder video. So I will take each act and explain for each boss what you need to do so you have a better experience. I'll start working on the video after I close the stream today. Woody, thank you for doing that. Look, Woody gifted someone from the chat Path of Exile 2 early access key for free. Woody, nice of you, thank you. So he gifted to a chatter early access key for free. Nice of you. Apparently Headhunter also works with totems. Did you know that? My boy, have you read the build guide? Let's put the build guide on the screen. Give me a second, I'll put the build guide on the screen. One moment, and let's read the build guide. No, we need to go to the website. Okay, let's read the build guide. We go down. Here are the item section. So you have items for the normal version, which are very cheap, yeah. We go down. Here are for the max version. If you like the build and you want to push it, here is the max version. Look here. Later, when you have more currency, you can also add a Headhunter belt to your build for fun. Yes, this unique belt works with totems. So I tested on build. So remember, this build was played in 0.3, 0.4. I use Headhunter a lot of times. How the fuck I pronounce your name? Babkatut boss, thank you for the support. Sorry, I tried to make a joke. Yo, don't get upset. Thank you for the support. Have a good start in 4 days. Thank you, I appreciate it. So I was struggling a little to pronounce your name. Thank you. Let's go here. So this affliction will not impact me. You have 50% less energy shield. My build doesn't use energy shield, so that's why I took it. Thank you. So for everyone that wants to make my starter, tomorrow on the YouTube channel will be a reminder video with the campaign. So each act, I will explain what you need to do for each boss. So for those that want to start with this build, you should watch the video tomorrow.
A great challenge overcome. A moment of respite.
Let me see, we go here. Remember, the build is far away from being completed. And I'm using very cheap items, which is also important. So when you see someone playing, you need to ask the following question. How expensive is the build? This is an important question. This build has a lot of upgrade potential. It will become a monster, but you need to invest more. You can do waste on 15-16, all the content from the Atlas for like 2 Diviners, 1-2 Diviners. If you like the build, of course you upgrade. You have so many upgrades. Anthony McFly. Oh, you're from Texas. Thank you for the support, man. Have a good start in 4 days. Anthony from Texas. Let me see, we go here. McFly from Texas. Yeah, but if you don't know me, I like cheap builds and also lazy builds. So I only play lazy builds. I don't want my starter, you know, with a lot of buttons, for example. You know, people talk about Twister, but you need to press like 4 buttons. So Twister in the campaign, it's 4 buttons. If you finalize the campaign with Twister, you need to press 4 buttons. I mean, it's not fun. Even in the endgame, I think it's 3 buttons. No, it's not 7. It's not 7, it's 4, maybe 5. It's not 7. I know the build, yeah? Someone showed me. Let's go here. But even in Path of Exile 1, all the builds that I published in Path of Exile 1, all of them are mostly 1 button. Or 0 buttons, you know, Fulcrum Chieftain. One button or 0 buttons. I don't play, you know, with a lot of buttons. The build also needs to have some defenses. To be lazy, not only a few buttons, but needs to have good defenses. Maximum 2 buttons, yes. So if we play a build, maximum 2 buttons. Oh, I need to take this shit. So people can follow my progression from currency. After I finish the campaign, I'll go with Abyss. If you trust me, you go with Abyss. It gives you a lot of experience, a lot of diviners. So the abyssal monsters, the rares, are inclined to give you divines very often. So you have a lot of rares from the abyssal cracks. Those are inclined to give you diviners. You also have abyssal kaffers, which also are inclined to give you diviners. And the omens that you get also sell quite good. The desecration currency sells good. I mean, you cannot go wrong with Abyss. On top of that, you get a lot of experience. So listen to me, you make this build, finish the campaign, we go to Abyss. Ritual, it's a bait. Ritual will be greater after 20 days or so. If you find, for example, Omen of Whittling on Lickstart, it's cheap, it's not expensive. So people will start crafting expensive items later, not on Lickstart. So all those omens that you usually find in Ritual will be cheap on Lickstart. So you don't make a lot of currency. People will not buy expensive omens on Lickstart. So Ritual will be greater, but later. Stay away from Ritual, it's a big bait for Lickstart. Abyss and Breach, this is the best content that you can do on Lickstart. So the reward Breach, it's also very profitable. A lot of people need rare items with resistances, yeah, especially on the rings and on the belt. Breach, very profitable, yes. So you either do Abyss or you do Breach, these two. My build can do Breach without problems, let's be clear. In addition to that, I will craft jewels. So I will craft rare jewels, they sell like hotcakes. You can craft cheap jewels for a lot of profit. So in addition to farming Abyss, I will craft a lot of jewels. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, die today.
This was the end of the trial in my time, but I sense another.
Now I need to do the last floor.
Perhaps you
Here I'm doing for the unlock. This will break the armor, it gives you more damage. I already took it, we need to check here.
let's plan. Onward, use that web.
Hey. Here I'm playing with a handicap. For everyone that joined recently, I need to show you that I'm playing with a big handicap. I don't have gem levels on my crossbow. So I crafted a new crossbow, very cheap. You can get this crossbow for on Lickstart, like 30 exalted orbs, maybe 40. So we don't have +5 gem levels. You can still get +5 gem levels, but will be more expensive, you will buy it from the website. But until then, you can get physical damage, guaranteed you get 1 extra ballista totem and that's it. So without gem levels, and I'm still doing a lot of damage. So remember, I'm playing with a big handicap.
For you, time is of the essence, but it is of no consequence to me.
Can that really be him? Recognize his voice? Sarok, the temporal.
Let's wait here. Oh! 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 Is this build viable on a tactician? Yes, but it's shit. Warbringer is superior. I made so many videos explaining why you should make this build concept with Mortal Cannon on a Warbringer. First of all, tactician gets 1 extra totem, it's true, but it's conditional. You need to pair it up with another skill, so it's no longer 1 button. You need to press 2 buttons with tactician. Secondly, tactician is squishy, it's like piss. When you go to the toilet, it's like piss. Yeah. If you do waste on 15-16, tactician will get one-shotted. Warbringer will not get one-shotted, it's much tankier than a tactician. Totems will absorb damage, a portion of the damage that you take will get redirected to a totem. And you have an active shield that you can use. It's much tankier than a tactician. Yeah? So tactician, it's peace. Also, we break armor. Tactician to break armor needs to use another skill. So it's 3 buttons, Tactician. If you want to break the armor of the enemies, you need to use a skill that has armor break. So fuck the Tactician. This is 1 button build. Tactician is 3 button build. And it's also squishy. So we play Warbringer. Tactician does more damage. That's the only advantage. Tactician does more damage than the Warbringer, but it's like peace. It's squishy. And you press more buttons. Oh, and the minions, I forgot about them. You also have some minions that gives you, you know, some extra damage and defenses. Yeah, I forgot about the minions. It's actually more than that. You can support the minions with support gems. Here, for example, I get fire exposure for free and Culling Strike for bosses. Yeah, you can also put support gems. So in addition to the buffs that you take, you can put support gems on the minions. Oh, you know, 2 leagues ago, people terrorized me on my Discord server with Tactician. Say, hey, why you make Warbringer? Go make Tactician. You know, Tactician is the best in slot. Oh, blah, blah, blah. After the league started with Tactician, after 5 days, like more than half of them made the Warbringer. So they started with Tactician, they reached endgame, they started getting one-shotted, and they rerolled into a Warbringer. So I was right. After they tormented me for days, make a Tactician, they made Tactician, and after they decided to go with Warbringer. I told them, but they don't listen.
Come here.
This is best in slot for Mortal Cannon. Period. Warbringer. It's not just about damage. People are obsessed with damage. It's also about the defenses. And it's also about the buttons. You don't want to press too many buttons.
Face me.
Maximum 2 buttons. If you press 3 buttons, it's a shit build. It's not relaxing to play. This is 1 button build. Voltaic Grenade is just for bosses, it will apply shock. So when you have a boss, you shoot like this with Voltaic Grenade, it will shock the boss so it takes increased damage, that's it. But for map clear, it's 1 button. 1 button. Yorosaki boy! Shh! Attack speed does nothing for us, yeah? Someone asked me on Twitch if we want attack speed. We don't want attack speed. So for my build here, attack speed does nothing. Yorosaki boy. Shh.
That was close.
Okay, finally I will do the boss. So Trial of Chaos is faster, that's why. It's also easier for new players.
What do you pursue here? You here suffer the same fate as the Winter Sekima.
Oh.
We cannot allow him to disgrace this sacred.
So the last slab will give you extra damage, quite a lot of extra damage. You want to do it. The sweet spot is level 90. If you do it too early and if you suck, you die. So, and you wasted time for nothing. So when you're around level 90, you should do the last slab. It will be safe. Don't do it earlier because it's risky. So around level 90, you can do Trial of Sekima. It will be easy. You will not die.
A great challenge overcome.
Is this good for solo self-found? Yes. This build is great for solo self-found. Tomorrow I'll make a reminder video for the campaign and I will talk about solo self-found. And I will actually teach you how to craft this crossbow on solo self-found. It's very easy. Very cheap also. If you play on trade, this is like 30 exalted orbs. So you can craft this abomination for the end game. It's like 30-40 exalted orbs. It's even cheaper now because we don't take gem levels on the craft. So crafting a crossbow like this for the end game, it costs like 30-40 exalted orbs. It's 100% deterministic to craft. Let's go here.
Ritual has been disrupted.
I ran 80, so the barrier I use level 80. It's true, if you put a lower level barrier, it will be easier, but I don't need easy. No, I don't need easy. We go here. If you want to make the last trial easier, you get here a barrier with item level 75. So when you buy the barrier, you buy it like this, it will be easier for you. But I don't need easy, I just got it 80 directly. Yeah. Also, the barrier 75, it should be expensive on League-Start. If you get 80, it will be cheap.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
A great challenge.
Okay, I'm gonna kill the boss now. Hey. Let's kill the boss. Boss, it's easy. Before you engage with the boss, you should get your buffs. This one. 50% decrease damage.
Rage against the shackles of fate, if you so desire.
Time to finish this!
Stop moving.
Watch your step. This changes nothing. My son runs out.
There is no more left to challenge me here.
Remember, I'm playing with a big handicap on purpose. I don't have gem levels on the crossbow. On purpose. Later you can still find the crossbow with gem levels. Now this is a big change. You will break the armor, so when the grenades will detonate, it will break the armors of the enemies, so you do more damage. When you break the armor of the enemies, you want to take this node. Molten's one gift, armor break will apply with fire damage. So remember, you have a combo here. You take this one, you want to make sure that you have Molten's one gift. Yeah? They have synergy altogether, yeah? Armor break applies to fire damage from hit. That's why. This is expensive on League-Start. I mean, it has some value. Now we check for... you can craft timeless jewels, for example, on League-Start. You can craft them. Arcanist chest can give you divine orbs. I'm looking for the spectrum chest, yeah? You can get spectrum jewels too. I don't have spectrum jewel, no problem. Okay, let's do some more maps now. So I took the last Ascendancy, now I do more damage. Can you try Zesh plus 3? My boy, I'm using very cheap items for League-Start. This is a fresh warrior that I... So here I'm doing League-Start practice. This is a warrior that I started 2 days ago from level 1. I'm using very cheap items, yeah? If you want to do Zesh on maximum difficulty, you need better items. You need something like this. So when you finalize the build and you max it, you can do +3 without problems. This is the build fully done. This build destroys everything. So this build can do all the content from the game on maximum difficulty. But until you get there, yeah, you do content that's appropriate to your upgrades. Here I'm using items around 1-2 divinos, very cheap items. So of course we can do Zesh on difficulty +3. We can do Zesh on difficulty +1 if you want, but not on +3. I'm using very cheap items. I just finished the campaign. What message, man? Bench one, what message? Put your message. Bench one, copy paste your message so I can read it again. Let's do more maps here, yeah. I'm gonna juice it now. Let's do another map. So copy paste your message so I can read it. Let's do this one. I don't even read the map modifiers. My build can do all the modifiers. But let's be clear, if it's slick start, you should actually read them. Some modifiers are terrible.
They will turn you into red milk.
Yeah. I actually don't like Delirium or Lickstar. So personal preference, you should stay away from Delirium. I don't like it on Lickstar. You can do it later. Delirium you can do it later when you finalize the build, when you get more upgrades, but don't do it early on. Here I will do it. I'm gonna do it, but you should stay away from it. Big craft on Determinacy. I know about the nerf. This crossbow, I crafted it today. So we're gonna craft the crossbow even easier now. We don't use Essence of Battle. So it's exactly the same craft, but we skip Essence of Battle. And you don't get gem levels. This will be the craft for the endgame. It's also cheaper now. Essence of Battle, it's much more expensive. So it's exactly the same craft, but without Essence of Battle. Essence of Battle was guarantee you some gem levels. Now we do it without gem levels, but you can still buy later with gem levels. I will make a video tomorrow about it. So the craft, it's even cheaper now. And for the endgame, you can still find a crossbow with gem levels. So we're gonna get later a crossbow with gem levels. It will be more expensive, but you can still get it. So crafting a crossbow like this should be like around 40 exalted or 40, very cheap. And you can do area level 80 with it. I'm preparing a video tomorrow. I will put some reminders for the league start. Hey, welcome. Man, let me end the Delirium. I don't like it at all. I think it's more. It's like 25. No, I think it's more than 20. It's like 25. Here I'm playing without +5 and I'm still doing a lot of damage. So damage is fine even without the gem levels on the crossbow. I never used Oracle, I used Shaman. So Ancestral Warrior Totems, I only did it with Shaman, not with Oracle. I was stacking Rage, and Shaman was the best for stacking Rage. Does Elemental Weakness boost the DPS? Yes. If you have Elemental Weakness, it will boost your DPS. Problem is the intelligence, yeah? It will require a lot of intelligence. Let's do another map. I'm not reading the modifiers. I don't care about the modifiers. Let's do other content. I'm gonna take
Sold it.
ritual and breach. Yeah, let's do breach too. I'm gonna do ritual and breach. Put here ritual and let's put breach. I know some of you maybe want to do breach on league start. So I will showcase now with ritual, abyss and breach. Okay, we have abyss, we have breach and ritual. Let's see how it goes. Let me check the modifiers actually. I don't want surprises. 2 additional projectiles, damages extra fire, more life. Players are cursed with elemental weakness. Where it is now? I don't have it. No. Time of need removes elemental weakness. So we have time of need, it removes the curse with elemental weakness. That's why you don't see it. Yorosaki boy. Tiranim. Yeah, I take damage because of the man modifiers, but you know, you're not forced to roll it like this. Yorosaki boy. So league start, you should read the modifiers actually. So before you put the waste on, you should read what mods you put. It will be easy. Here I'm not reading because it's a good build. Okay, let's do ritual. Let's find the breach. Breach you can do without problems.
Heal yourself.
Ryan, welcome. So I decided to play with a big handicap to emulate the worst case possible. So I removed from my crossbow 5 levels. So my crossbow doesn't give me any more +5 levels. You can still get with +5 levels, but I removed it entirely. And I can still do without problems. So on the crossbow I removed the +5. You can still get with +5, yeah, you can get later. You find some currency and you get also with gem levels. Yeah, it's for budget. So this is a budget crossbow for the endgame. You can craft it deterministically like 30-40 exalted orbs with league start prices. So it's very easy to craft something like this on league start. It's also very cheap. And as you can see, you can use it for the endgame. Oh, I have an idea. Let me finish the ritual and I want to test something. Let me see what we have here. No. I think we can test it, we can craft it in a different way too. Now depends how much is Orb of Annulment. So we put here Siege Crossbow. And we put a lot of physical DPS. We don't want it corrupted, with corrupted, no. Let's put here a lot of physical DPS. Let's see if it works. No, too expensive. And we don't want it desecrated. Give me a second. We put here desecrated, no. So finding something like this on League should be cheap. So what's my idea here? This should be cheap on League Start. We can also craft it like this. You try to put Orb of Annulment. You try to remove the lighting damage and you desecrate for additional totem. So you buy the base, you put Orb of Annulment and you try to annul the lighting damage. Then you apply the desecration and you unveil it. It can also be crafted like this. Let me lower the physical damage. Let me buy it. I want to try it. Give me a second.
Come check out what came in for you.
No, my boy, we are not doomed. So here I crafted it on stream. It's extremely cheap to craft. You can craft. So this I'm using for the endgame without problems. I crafted this crossbow for 30 exalted orbs with listed prices. It's 100% deterministic craft. It's also ultra cheap because we don't use perfect tests of battle. And for the endgame, you can still get gem levels. So you should be happy, actually. I mean, I don't like it that much, but it's still fine because it will be cheaper, the craft. As you can see, I can do all the content. Let's go back to show you. So I'm using a very mediocre crossbow that you can craft 100% for cheap and deterministic, and I can do
You've got some goods in.
without problems. Waste on 15 and 16 all the content. So it's not a problem. Just wait for tomorrow, I'll publish a video on YouTube. Because I don't want to repeat too much. So this crossbow doesn't have gem levels, it does a lot of damage as it is. Later you will get gem levels later. You find some currency and you get with gem levels. It's fine. Look, I don't have gem levels, I'm still doing a lot of damage. If you want to play a build without buttons, you should go minions. So you want a build with 0 buttons, you play minions. This is a 1 button build. She moves, that's the problem. So my grenades need to detonate, but the fucking Rogue Exile moves. She doesn't stand still, yeah? So my grenades cannot damage her. She keeps moving. If the boss moves left and right all the time, you cannot damage easy. Let's do the mob boss here. Let's get the buffs. Okay, let's go out. I'm here from the YouTube video. Wanted to say thank you for making a straight to the point video. My boy, you should watch the video that I published today. It's about what's important for a league start. So I published today on my YouTube channel a video where I discuss what really matters for a league starter when you pick the build. In case you missed it, you might want to check it out. That's a video that I wanted to make for a very long time, yeah? So I wanted to make that video for a long time now. Even in Path of Exile 1, I was saying the same things again. People pay too much attention to the campaign completion time. They think that it's a good build if they see a good completion time like 3-4 hours, they think it's the build. No. Usually that guy practiced a lot. So those guys that get the campaign done in 3-4 hours, they did a lot of practice. So in addition to the build that they play, they practiced and practiced and practiced. That's why they got better at finishing the campaign fast. So if you try to do the same build, of course you will not finish the campaign in 3-4 hours. Actually 7 hours maybe or more. So it's all about practice. People don't take this into account. Even in Path of Exile 1, they see a good campaign completion time and they think, oh, this is a good build. No, that doesn't mean anything. In the endgame, it can actually be shit for your playstyle, for your personal playstyle. So finishing the campaign fast doesn't mean it's a good build for the endgame. This is also true in Path of Exile 1. So this is a misunderstanding in the community. They think that finishing the campaign fast makes it a good starter. It's a component, so yeah, it's important if you finish the campaign fast, but not that important as you think. Hey, welcome. No, but people don't take into account the skill of the player. So you need to think like this. For example, you see Ben. You see Ben playing a build on hardcore in Path of Exile 1. Well, it's not the build. Ben, it's a very good player. It's very skilled. He played a lot of hardcore. Yeah, so it's a good player. Behind the build, you have a good player. Yeah, you need to keep in mind who is playing the build. So if you try to copy Ben's build, you will not have the same result. Okay, let's do the bridge. Oh! I don't like rogue exiles because they move a lot, man. And my grenades cannot focus on the rogue exiles. Oh, look what I dropped. So yeah, you can do breach. You like breach, you do breach. I like abyss. But I know some of you want to do breach, you can do without problem. My boy, I got that question like 40 times. I'll make a video tomorrow. The only thing that you need to understand, it's on the screen. So I put it here on the screen, people don't read it. So what you see here on the screen, it's without gem levels. I removed 5 gem levels here. Build is still quite powerful even with gem levels here. Later you will still get... So later when you max the build, you will get with gem levels. But here on League Start, I'm playing without gem levels and I'm still shredding everything. It's actually cheaper. Crafting the crossbow, it's much cheaper now. With the change that they did, it will be cheaper to craft the crossbow. It's like 30 exalted orbs. It's no longer 1 divine, it's 30 exalted orbs. Let me check something. Yeah, people should read it now. If I put it in the middle, people will read it. I will keep it there actually. My boy, that question I got it very often. I will make a POB for the endgame. It takes me 5 seconds. So you'll have an option where you can import a POB. It literally takes me 5 seconds to make. So in the Path of Building program, you have an option to export a POB for the game. It takes me 5 seconds to make. Of course I will make it. So it's not like we're putting effort. All the creators will make it. It's very easy to make. When you export the file, you select in game, and that's it. So it's not like we're devoting a lot of time. It's like 3 seconds, 5 seconds extra, and you generate it. Everyone will make it. It will feel mandatory. Okay, let's do this breach. So if you want to do pinnacle bosses, you can. I think difficulty 1 and 2 is ultra easy. Let's try. After this map, let's do some pinnacle bosses. Remember, I'm using cheap items. I mean cheap, affordable, like 1-2 divine orbs. For majority of the people, 1-2 divines is nothing. So if you do waste on 16, you should get like 1-3 divine orbs easy. So for waste on 16, you will drop at least 1 divine until waste on 16. My boy, so Justice, boss, thank you for the love. Have a good start in 4 days. Thank you. There is actually an upgrade that I can do. I can put Anka skill gem level 20. So I can push the gem level to level 20. This is an upgrade that I can do. My boy, to answer your question, you go on my YouTube channel and I publish 3 days of video. I talked about the patch notes and what happened with my build. The build is still viable, it's still strong. So go on my YouTube channel and check the video from 3 days ago. So I talked about all the changes from the patch notes and my build here.
Face me!
It's still viable, it's still strong. I'm playing with a big handicap and I still do good damage. Defenses are also fine, the defenses are fine. So this is not squishy, you will not get one-shotted. But you should play more carefully. Here I'm playing very aggressively. So this is not a squishy build. Plus it's a range build. Are you playing with 4 totems? Why are you missing one? Let me explain. They did a change for Eye of a Full Doom. So today they added extra patch notes. In the patch notes they reworked Eye of a Full Doom. We no longer get the maximum life, we add increased spirit. Percentage increased spirit. You should not be happy because this will increase the price, so it will no longer be cheap. If you have spirit here, all the guys that make spell totems will go with Eye of a Full Doom, so probably this will be like 20 divines on League Start. We have alternatives. There are 2 alternatives which I love to repeat. First of all, Fire Flower. This is a very cheap unique on League Start. Yeah? And you try to get with +4. So if you go with Fire Flower, you buy +4. This is like 50 Exalted Orbs on League Start. Yeah? And another alternative that you can take, it's a rare amulet with +2 or +3 skill gems. You buy with projectile skills and you get +2 or +3. It's also a lot of damage. +3 or +2. And these are the alternatives. It gives you shit ton of damage. Also, if you get an amulet, you can get life, you can get resistances, you can get armor. So there are more benefits to an amulet. So yeah. If you cannot get +3, you buy with +2. It's very cheap. So you buy an amulet with +2. On League Start is still fine. So these are alternatives that you can use. Yeah. Let's do this one. No, the build is not expensive. Just open the build guide. Here is the build guide. Let's read it together. So if you want to make the build, you start with the build guide. Here is the normal version. This is for league start and so normal version can do all the content from the game, waste on 15, 16, everything for like 1 free divine orbs. Yeah, here are all the items that you need to buy. Very cheap items. Here, in addition to item of full doom, I will explain rare amulet and fire flower. I will put it. And if you like the build and you enjoyed it, you can max it. Max version, it's a monster, but it's more expensive. But you can stick with the normal version, 1 free divines, all the content from the game. Yeah, it's also quite tanky. But if you like the build, you can max it, of course. One big upgrade is Rite of Passage here. It will make you even tankier, but it's expensive, of course. Heart of the Well, it's another upgrade. We take this one. More armor from body armor is very useful. Here I explained how to max it. But normal version, it's more than enough. And even for the skill tree progression, here, normal version, you like the build, you do the max version. Again, this is optional. Max version, it's optional. Very cheap build. Here I'm playing normal version with cheap items. You can literally do waste on 15, 16 for like 1 divine orb. Even with 1 divine you can do that. You can do ritual, breach, abyss. And remember, this is a well-tested build. So it's not like I'm theory crafting a build now, no. This is a build that I made in the past in 0.3, 0.4. It's very efficient, so it's well-tested, has been made by hundreds. You cannot go wrong. So again, this is a well-tested build, you cannot go wrong with it. Does Fizz, that extra fire, work with us? Yes. Yes, if you have that modifier, it works.
Come check out what came in for you.
What you can do here, if you want more damage early on, you can buy skill gem level 20. But you need level 90. So yeah, you can use the level 20 skill gem to push. You stay with the same crossbow where you don't have gem levels. Yeah, and remember you put level 20 skill gem. This will also give you quite a lot of damage. Okay, let's do another map. I'm not even reading the modifiers, that strong is this build. You know, I don't need a regex filter. So I just put full modifiers, I'll put it. Of course, if you're new to the build, you should not put full modifiers, you should read the modifiers, but I play this build a lot, so for me it's easy. So I'm not using a regex. Oh, oh! Yeah. Man, I got stuck. Let me run a little.
Might and glory.
Okay, let's take a point. Take something. Usually I like to go here and take this jewel socket, yeah? I like to take this jewel socket. Let's see, do we have something? I'll take the jewel socket. So you go here after and you take this jewel socket. And where is the rogue exile? I don't see it on the minimap. Here it is. Divine drop rate increase, crafting nerfed. Looks like good day 1 gear gonna be like 2 free divines each. Well, I don't like they made the divine orbs more common. It's one of the shittiest change that they did. It will give you inflation. So I've seen a lot of people clapping. Oh, we have more divine orbs. This is a terrible change. So you need to think, if everyone drops divine orbs, this will give you inflation on the market. So instead of buying an item for 2 divines, now you need to pay like 4 or 5. Terrible. Plus people will get used to inflation. So the future leagues that we're gonna have inflation. So people should not be happy that we drop more divine orbs. This is a big shit for the game. So everything will be overpriced now. We have a terrible inflation. Everyone drops divines everywhere. This means inflation on the market. So we should not be happy. So all the items more expensive. You also need to do more clicks to pick all the divines. I mean, I don't like it. People will get used to inflation, so this will be the norm. In the future patches, this will be the norm. Terrible change, man. It's not good for the game. The moment you hear a shing on the loot filter, you know, you get something expensive, the loot filter will start shinging. That was a memorable event, you know, you got happy. Now, if you drop divines everywhere, you will no longer get that hype anymore. It will no longer feel mega great, you know. I don't like it. It's exactly the same thing because of inflation. Yeah. No man, I will tell you the reality. Let me tell you why they had to nerf the divine drop chance. People will start complaining. So people that did temple in the past, they were enjoying, they were very happy. Man, look, I'm getting a lot of loot. And if they play now, they will get less loot and they will start complaining about the loot drops. And that's why the developers decided to make divines more common, so people will not complain. That's it. But again, it's terrible. It will give you inflation again. Everyone dropping divines everywhere, it's the same thing. I don't agree with you. Try to buy a mirror of Calandra. Go to the currency exchange, try to buy a mirror. Let me check it now. It makes the prices ridiculous. So look what happens if you have inflation. Let's buy a mirror. Check here. Check this bullshit. You need 10,500 divine orbs because this is what happens inevitably with inflation. And this is not the only thing. If Mirror of Calandra goes up, this means that all the endgame stuff will go up. We look last flame. Let's check the price. Two mirrors. So instead of buying it for 200 divine orbs, now you pay 2 mirrors. It's the same thing, but you need to do more clicks to pick all the divine orbs. So more work for that. Adorn. Terrible, man, I'm telling you, this is terrible. People think it's great, it's not great, it's terrible. Look, 1 mirror. So instead of buying this jewel for 100 divine orbs, now you pay 1 mirror. So you need to pick more from the ground. It's an illusion that you get richer. It's an illusion. Also, you need much more gold. You have a good point. So if the item is more expensive, this will demand more gold. So doing trades with inflated prices, it will demand a lot of gold from the players. So you need to struggle to get gold. If the prices are more expensive, you need to pay more gold. Yeah, I'm talking about the average player. The average player is new to the game, casual. they will struggle, not me. So for me, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about the casual player here. My boy, Ontario85, boss, thank you for the subscription. Have a good start in 4 days, thank you. I'm playing quite aggressively, yeah? The only other upgrade that I would recommend here for the cheap version, so this is very affordable for Waystone 1516, is this one. You take Unscarred Skill Gem level 20 and you level up the gem. Yeah, you stop here. Yeah, other than that, it's fine. So this is not expensive. The expensive version, you also have it in the build guide, but it's much more expensive. You can stay as it is like this and you can do all the content. Yeah, if we talk about the benefits of dropping more divines, there is only one benefit that I can think of it. It will help crafters that like to divine orb items. Yeah, for example, you buy Rite of Passage Charm and you try to get 20 seconds. Now, if the divine orbs are common, it will be easier to get perfect rolls on the items. Yeah, so you use divine orbs on your weapon or maybe on the charm. So this is the only advantage that I can think about it. You can get better rolls for cheap. Other than that, there is no advantage. Yeah, give me a second. Let's do another map. And I need to remind everyone that joined the stream late, tomorrow on my YouTube channel there will be a video for the campaign. So I will take each act one by one and I will give you the important reminders, what you need to do. For each transition and for each act boss, yeah, I'll give you some tricks and tips in case you miss the stream. I'll take act 1, act 2, act 3, act 4 and the interludes, yeah, and you will have a short mini guide for each act. I'll try to make the video as short as possible. I'll also explain what modifiers to look for. Yeah, even in the campaign I will explain how to upgrade your weapon properly. And I will explain about physical damage. This will help you even with Volcanic Fissure. You can take it on the rings, you can take it on the gloves. Yeah. And for the endgame, you can put Fire Flower with +4, you can put a Rare Amulet with +2 or +3 projectile skills. You can use Idol of Full Doom. So you have 3 options for the amulets. Yeah. So +2 or +3 projectile skills. You can take Fire Flower with +4, which is cheap. I repeat, on League this is cheap on League. Or you can take Item of Full Doom. I will need to update the build guide actually. Okay, let's do this one. I know it was changed, but you can still use it. Actually, that spirit can help us, but if it's expensive... So, I think the Idol of Uldum will be expensive. The change that they did, they replaced maximum life, and they put increased spirit instead. I think it will be expensive. So, people that play spell totems might go for Idol of Uldum. So, this can be very expensive only, start maybe 20 divines. So, this is why I'm using this or this, a fire flower or a rare, in case this goes expensive. So, this usually is cheap, probably will be expensive next league. But no problem, use a rare amulet, still good damage. Look, I'm using now the rare amulet with +2. Here you can get +3. So on this amulet you can get +3 actually. But even with +2 is fine. Let me read on YouTube. Hello, my boy, do you think you can use some of the new gems? We don't have information about them. So they added a lot of new gems, but we don't have information. If there is something that we can use, for sure we're gonna use. Of course I've seen it. I talked on stream like 40 times already. I'll make a video tomorrow. You have a message on the screen, you should read it. So I'm playing without gem levels on the crossbow to emulate the changes for the essence on League-Start. So I crafted this crossbow for like 30 exalted orbs. I no longer use essence of battle. I still do all the content without problems. Yeah? So I crafted this crossbow for, you can craft it on League-Start for like 30-40 exalted orbs. It's even cheaper now. You can still do all the content. Later when you have currency you get with gem levels. So no problem. Look, I'm playing with -5 gem levels. So the essence change, no problem. You craft the weapons cheaper actually. So this is a crossbow I crafted myself. I still clear everything. Incredible. Let's try to do some pinnacle bosses, yeah? Let me finish this map.
Feel my wrath!
Supercharge, I know about the changes, yeah? Let's do the expedition too. So after the ritual, I'll do the expedition too. Okay. I'm reading the red nuts for the immunities, yeah? So usually I'm lazy, I don't read anything. But if there is a color I need to read, maybe you have immunity to fire, yeah? Look here, monster hits are always crits. If I get hit, I will die. So you can play safely. You don't stay close, yeah? So I get hit, I think I will die here. So you play from distance. These are deadly modifiers. Damage is extra kills, so of course I'll get one-shotted. So you can still do expedition quite safely from distance. You don't get close to them and you'll be fine. Done. So yeah, you can even do expedition easy with this build. Let's do some pinnacle bosses, yeah, with cheap items. My boy, I'm not firing. The totems are firing. So this is a totem build. So I'm placing totems on the ground and they attack for me. Yeah, I'm not the one that fires grenades. What is your GPU, POEGuy? You can check it here. Radeon RX 9070 XT. Look here. Here it is. Oh, fuck this boss. This boss can actually send me to Himalaya. I need to be careful with this one. Yeah. Okay, let's do some pinnacle bosses now, yeah? Okay, let's do some showcase with some harder bosses. Pinnacle bosses are great. Remember, this build can do all the content, including difficulty +3 on the max version. But if you use cheap items like here, you don't do max version. We're gonna do difficulty +1 and +2. If you want to do +3, you need to invest more into the build, yeah? So you get what you paid for. We can do +1 and we can do +2. So let's start with all road here. But I'll do difficulty +1 and +2. I don't do +3 until I upgrade the build. I still have a lot of upgrades, but those are more expensive. Let's put here Splinter. We can also try King of the Mist.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Okay, we do difficulty +1, then we do difficulty +2. Difficulty +3, you need to invest more for it. Yeah, my build can do it, but I'm using cheap items here, of course. So the items that you're using, you need to keep it in mind. So we start with +1, should be easy. The video will be tomorrow. So the video with campaign reminder, I'll make it tomorrow on my YouTube.
A king without a real without a head.
Someone on YouTube asked me about the trial of service for trial of Sekima. Check the Twitch VOD from 2 days ago. So 2 days ago I was running trial of Sekima with league start items.
It won't save you.
I carried people from Twitch chat, yeah? So go on my VODs, previous streams, and you check the one from 2 days ago. Or, no, 3 days ago actually, sorry, 3 days ago. So 3 days ago I did trial of Sekima and I carried people from Twitch chat. So 3 days ago. Okay, +1 it's easy. Let's do +2. +1 it's easy. Let's try +2. +2. Yeah, +2 you can do it. So no problem, +2. Of course, when you max the build, I think you kill it under 2 seconds. So when you do the max setup from the build guide, you should kill it under 2 seconds. Okay, here it is. So you get what you paid for, no? No, this is my league starter, yeah? Warbringer. Shaman build will do it later. Fuck, fuck! I'm stuck. So yeah, +1, +2 should be very easy, even with league start progress, yeah? Later, when you get your items from the build guide, you can do +3 quite easy. My boy, it's not about the life. So a lot of Saki boys, they think it's only about the life. Let me show you something. You also have this effect. It says 20% of the damage that you take, it gets redirected to totems. So totems absorb. If you have totems around you, they will absorb damage that you take. So in addition to the life, you have this effect that redirects a portion of the damage to the totems. You also have a shield that will absorb damage. It's similar to Old Rod Flask. So this will absorb a lot of damage. You can use it many times. Yeah. In addition to that, you have this modifier. Armor applies to elemental damage. So you stack a lot of armor, and the armor will apply to fire, cold, and lightning. This will also make you tanky. You also have it here at the bottom. So it has a lot of defensive layers. Even though you see 2800 life, this is very tanky. You know, this is tankier than the build with 10,000 life. So if you have a build with 10,000 life, and you have my build with 3000 life, my build is tankier. So my build with 3000 life beats a build with 10,000 life. Because it's not just life. Yeah. This build will not get one-shotted actually. So life is not everything. Let's do another map. But it's not for hardcore, of course. You don't play this build on hardcore. So the build that I'm playing is not for hardcore. Yes, I will make a POB as soon as they introduce it. So you're talking about the POB that you can import it in the game. I will make it, of course. But now we cannot generate it. This will be introduced later. So you cannot make the POB now. Yeah, I don't make builds for hardcore, yes. So for hardcore, I don't make builds. So I don't want to make promises, you know, make this build on hardcore. Yeah, I need to test it. You see? Abyssal monsters give you a lot of divine orbs. That's why I love Abyss. Also, you have abyssal coffers, which also are inclined to give you divine orbs. Like 80% of the players, or 70%, they play softcore. Yeah, softcore, majority of the people. Let me read. How the turtle spawns? So the turtle of sex, this one. If you stay in the radius of the turtle, it will give you extra defenses. You get it from the Ascendancy. So Warbringer, when you summon a totem, it gives you powerful spirits that give you buffs. Yeah, offensive and defensive. And these spirits you can also put support gems, like Culling Strike, for example, or Fire Exposure. So you get Fire Exposure for free. Actually, now at level 90 you unlock this one extra, and we can put this support. Potent Exposure, let me see. Let's put it now. So when you reach level 90 here, automatically you will get one more support for ancestral spirits. And you should put potent exposure. So the exposure is more powerful. It's in the build guide, yeah? Potent exposure, this one. When you reach level 90, you put it here, so the fire exposure is more powerful. When you summon the minions, they will be ignited. And if the minion is next to a boss, it will apply fire exposure, so you do more damage. So you can also put support Scaling Strike, it's also nice for bosses. Do you have to activate? No. This is a one button build, you don't activate the spirits. You just summon the totem, it gives you the minion. So you just summon the totem and the minions will appear. These are minions of sex. Now let's do the ritual. No problem. One button build, move in circles, drop the totem. Tomorrow on my YouTube channel I'll make a video for the campaign progression. So if you want to make my build, fine. Go on my YouTube channel. Tomorrow I'll publish a video on my YouTube channel regarding the campaign, everything that you need to know. It will be a short video for each act, how you progress. You might want to check it.
Like waves upon the shore, you will break against my shield.
Let me kill the rogue exile.
Submit.
Man, that question I got it like crazy. I won't repeat anymore. Anyway, you have a message on the screen. So regarding the essence crafting, I crafted this crossbow for cheap, like 30 exalted orbs, yeah? I didn't use the essence of battle, I can still do all the content. Later, you can still get gem levels, but will be more expensive. So you farm some currency with this crossbow, and later you will buy with gem levels too, so it's no problem for us. Let's look at the upside, it will be cheaper to craft. So the craft will be cheaper. So instead of 1 divine, you will craft the crossbow for 30 exalted orbs, cheaper. Let's check the upside. You don't need tier 1. Tier 2 it's fine, tier 3 it's fine. So tier 2 it's also fine, tier 3 it's also fine.
Show me the way.
Oh. For maxing, I will add the voices. So this version also has a max setup, yeah? One of the jewels that I will incorporate is voices. So when you're gonna max the build, you want to add the voices later. Voices will be expensive, most likely, but it will be added to the build guide for the max version. You know, 100% of the questions are already in the build guide. No. Everything is in the build guide. Let me read, did they buff the speed of the game or is it slow as fuck? Of course they buffed it. A lot of builds in the endgame, they actually move fast. When speaking of movement speed, let me check my boots. Yeah, I can upgrade my boots here. We can get more movement speed. So I can get with 35 movement speed. It's hard for me to kill this rogue exile because she moves. So I cannot detonate the grenades. She doesn't stand still, you know. After this map, I will upgrade my boots. We need more movement speed, yeah? So when you do waste on 16, at this point you should upgrade your boots. Get like 30 movement speed or 35. There is also a rune, Farul rune, it gives you 5% movement speed. I will upgrade the boots. I will move faster. Oh. Too many. 1 second. I need to summon my totems. Too many monsters. Oh! No, my boy. I love to repeat, so I will repeat again. I think I repeated like 200 times. I will repeat again. Also, I have 3 videos explaining why Warbringer is superior than a Tactician on my YouTube channel. So let's say, check this one. You get 1 extra totem. Tactician also gets 1 extra totem, but it's conditional. For the totems to attack, you need to use another attack skill. So it's no longer 1 button. If you play Tactician, it's minimum 2 buttons. Yeah? So the extra totem that Tactician gets, it's conditional. You need to use with another skill, so 2 buttons. Secondly, Tactician is squishy. If you do waste on 15-16, you will get one-shotted like this. One shot, one shot, one shot. Warbringer is tankier. Totems redirect a portion of the damage that you take. You also have a shield that you can use like crazy. You use it many times in a map. Also, you break the armor. Tactician needs to use yet another skill to get armor break. So Tactician needs to use multiple buttons. And also is squishy. Tactician does more damage. This is the only advantage of Tactician. Slightly more DPS than a Warbringer, but it's squishy. You get one-shotted like crazy with Tactician in waste on 16. I'm not talking about the campaign. I'm not talking about early waste ons. I'm talking about waste on 16 and 15. Tactician is squishier than a Warbringer. Tactician needs to press more buttons. This is a 1-button build. Tactician is 3-button builds. Yeah, I don't want to play a build with too many buttons. Here it's a 1 button. You move, you press a totems, that's it. 1-button build. Tactician is 3-button builds. You need to press more buttons. And also squishy, and I don't like squishy builds. So this is superior. Don't play Tactician. I explained so many times. I even have on YouTube 3 different videos explaining why Warbringer is best in slot for Mortal Cannon. I made 3 videos on it. With visual exemplification, I compared everything. So don't make Tactician. Tactician it's more damage, but it's squishier in 15-16. It's also more buttons. You press much more buttons. Someone asked me for spell totems. Well, at the moment spell totems is just theory crafted. So we can only speak about theory now. They did some changes for Ancestral Bond. I even made a video yesterday if you want to check it out. So spell totems can be made on a lot of Ascendancy classes. It's not just... I will also experiment with spell totems for fun. I will do it on a Titan and on a Warbringer. But this build can do all the content. You can stay with this build. I will do it for fun with spell totems. The best class should be Oracle. So if you do spell totems, the best class is Oracle. And another thing that you need to understand, the starting location is important. Some people talked about Monk. Monk has a spirit reservation for Ancestral Bond, so you can summon more totems. But Monk start in this location, so to the right. You need totem placement speed. So for the build to feel great, you need a lot of totem placement speed. If you start to the left side, you have everywhere placement speed everywhere. So it will be easier to summon the totems. Yeah. So Oracle is the best, trust me. But again, at the moment we only theory craft. So we talk about theories because the league didn't start yet. I like to make a build that's well tested. So this is a well tested build. I made it in 0.3, I made it in 0.4. You cannot go wrong with it. So this is a well tested setup. You cannot fuck it up. If you play a theory crafted build, you can have surprises. You know, maybe you league start and you see that it's not what you expected. That's why I don't want to risk it. So I will make the same starter. I know for sure this is a good build. I cannot go wrong. I will fully unlock my Atlas. I will get my currency. I don't risk anything. So I don't play with my starter. So you cannot go wrong with this setup. Big Frankie, go watch the video from yesterday. I don't want to explain again and again. So they did a big change here with Ancestral Bond, and this it's a totally different setup. So people will need to reserve spirit. This will change a lot of things which I explained in the video. So on my YouTube channel I explained this keystone yesterday and what happened. So this is a major change. So people that will make spell totems, they will play it in an entirely different way. Yeah, they also need to scale damage. Scaling damage will be problematic. Plus you sacrifice some item slots, you sacrifice some spirit gems. So yeah, it's risky. We only make theory crafted. For the endgame should be viable. For example, spell totems in the campaign, it should be shit. To get a lot of spirit, you need to use 2 weapons, yeah, for spirit, and it will be squishy. So spell totems in the campaign, if you fart, your character will die. It should be very squishy in the campaign. Spell totems in the campaign, squishy. Like really squishy. In the endgame, if you want spell totems, you can do them in the endgame. So I don't think that spell totems in the campaign will be great. Hello, any suggestion for a multi-button build? Why the fuck would you play that? Play Twister. If you want to press 5 buttons, play Twister. Twister, not Twister the game, Twister the skill in the Path of Exile. Yeah, not Twister the game in real life. Man, I tried to make a joke, terrible joke. Play Twister and you press as many buttons as you want. Gustavo Beros, boss, thank you for the love. I hope you have a good start in 4 days. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. I thought Twister was 1 button. No. Twister, it's 3 buttons or 5 buttons. You need to press a lot of buttons. So for the Twister combo, you need to press a lot of buttons. It's not 1 button. It's actually 3 or 5. Boys, I want to stream longer today, but I will take a break. I need to eat something. So I will take a break, I'll go eat, and after we continue with the stream. Man, let's do another pinnacle, boss. Let's do all road. Let's do all road. On the +1 and +2.
Good news for you.
Oh man, I'm struggling with stash tab space. Give me a second. Let's find the tab. Empty tab. Here. The fragment tab will be a game changer. You can put your tablets, you can put inscribe ultimatums. I mean, it will save you a lot of space. Oh, here. I mean, this I will keep for exemplification. I need to keep it. What I wanted not to do. Ah, wall road. I wanted to wall road. Yeah, I remember. So let's put here Splinter. Let's buy Splinter.
Oh, it's you.
Let's do a gamble. Let's do something expensive anyway.
I'll post it right away.
Oh, the fragments are expensive as fuck. So with the cheap version, normal version, you can do +1 difficulty, you can do +2. For +3, you need to invest more. My build can do +3, but here I'm using cheap items. I don't like Twister, man. If you like Twister, you should play it. I don't like it. So I like maximum 2 buttons. If I play a build, maximum 2 buttons. I don't want to press 1.
Battlefield, so it shall be again. I will stamp out evil, whatever the source.
Let's do a gamble after. Okay, let's do on difficulty +2 now. This was too easy.
I am the doom at the door.
Huh? I think it got bugged. I got the voice line after he died. He got bugged. Yeah, let's go out. We do +2. This was easy. Can this build clear faster? No. No. What you see, it's what you get, especially for the normal setup. So if you want faster than this, no. You make Twister, yeah? Yeah, go make Twister. What the fuck I opened here? Man, this is the wrong boss. I mean, I'll do it now.
A king without a real crown, and soon without
This is +3 or +2? Yeah, I think it's +2. Yeah, this is +2, I think. Let's check the area. Oh, this is +3! My boy! This is difficulty +3 King of the Mist. I'm doing with very cheap items. Check here. Area level 82, this is +3. Look, I'm doing King from the toilet on +3. King of the Mist +3, I'm doing with cheap items.
a cow.
I'm not using the max setup, yes? We follow the wisp here. Here it is.
The wild one's power is
This is the king from the toilet. Let's put some shock. I am voltaic grenade, yes? Oh! Yeah. Yeah, it's +3 with cheap items. I didn't want it. I opened by mistake +3. You know, I didn't want to do +3. So you don't use +3 on leaf start, yes? So I opened this by mistake, by the way.
always exist.
Oh, look what I dropped. Someone on YouTube says that it is normal for rolling slam to feel dog shit in the beginning. Yes, yes, it's normal, but it got a buff. So in patch 0.5, the animation is much more faster. So when you use rolling slam, it will do the animation much more faster, so it will be better.
This piece has an iconic history.
Let me sell this one. Can you showcase your gear? Of course. Let's check my gear. So someone in the chat says maybe he uses good gear. So this is a crossbow that I crafted on stream. You can craft something like this deterministically for 30-40 exalted orbs. Yeah? I don't have gem levels. Here, I don't have gem levels. So later you can get the same crossbow with +5 gem levels later. Here, I don't have any gem levels on it. So I'm playing with a big disadvantage. Very cheap craft. Let's check the other items. Here it's a ring. The only thing that matters is life and physical damage to attacks. So if you get physical damage to attacks, it will boost the damage for the grenades. Here I have a... What do you mean you can no longer craft like that? My boy, I crafted it literally 2 hours ago. So 2 hours... Give me a second. Let me craft another one. Let's craft a crossbow. I cannot craft it, huh? So this, you put siege crossbow, you put magic, you put here increased. It's actually cheaper to craft now. Increase physical damage, you put minimum 100. Finding a base like this on League Start, it's maximum 5 exalted orbs. Now we have a different economy and people see me on stream. So what happened? I crafted on stream and everyone started practicing, yeah? And the price exploded. Yeah, but this on League Start, it's maximum 5 exalted orbs. You have hundreds of them and it's very cheap. The problem now in 0.4, people are no longer picking up normal bases, magic bases. Nobody picks them up anymore. That's why it's expensive. So you buy the base.
You've got some goods in.
Let me show you how easy it is to craft. You buy the base. This will be 5 exalted orbs, maximum 5 exalted orbs. Very cheap. Let me show you. Then you buy Essence of Abrasion. This will be like 3 exalted orbs, very cheap. Where is my abrasion? This one. You buy greater essence of abrasion. This is like 3 exalted orbs on League Start. Very cheap essence. Ignore the price that you see here. We have a different economy.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Okay, so this is 3 exalted orbs. You put it here. It gives you flat physical damage. Next step, you put the desecration. Jawbone. This is 1 exalted orb on League Start. So this is 1 exalted orb, but ignore the price that you see here. You need to apply the desecration of the prefix, so you put Sinistral Necromancy. This is 1 exalted orb on League Start, very cheap.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Now you need to apply the 1 extra totem. You want Emen of the Sovereign. This is like 1-2 exalted orbs on League Start. Extremely common. So we have a different economy, which is fucked up now. But this Omen, it's 1 exalted on League Start, very common from Abyss. Yeah, so all these 3 should be maximum 5 exalted orbs, maybe 10 if you're unlucky. And then you put the desecration here. It's guaranteed to give you 1 extra totem. And we no longer use Essence of Battle. That's the new... you put the greater exalted orb, you slam. We no longer use Essence of Battle, you unveil the desecration and you have your crossbow. So crafting the crossbow is even cheaper now. So this is the new craft, we no longer use Essence of Battle at the end. Same thing. Here you get 1 extra totem, it's guaranteed. And I'm done. I just crafted an endgame crossbow. It's identical to what I have here. And it gets even better. When you put the exalted slams, you can get gem levels. So some of you, when you slam with exalted orbs, you might even get lucky and get gem levels. You can get +3, +4 or +5. So when you put the exalt slam here, some of you will get gem levels. And of course you put quality. I had quality. And you put sockets. And you put runes. Iron. Now because you made me angry, let's put here Valor. Bang. Nothing happened. Yeah. So it's very cheap to craft something like this. Let me show you my other items. You know, maybe in the chat people are saying, oh, She uses expensive items.
Good news.
The boots, I will upgrade them now. Nothing incredible. Yeah, some movement speed, life, resistance is very cheap on League Start. What I have here, some resistance is double resistance with some life. Here we have some physical damage to attacks. This works with grenades, yes. Here I have an amulet with +2, so this can roll +3. So in this amulet you can get +3. I'm using +2. You have another alternative. You can use Eye of Full Doom. You can use Fire Flower +4. So you have 3 amulets that you can use. +2 or +3 rare amulet. You can use Fire Flower with +4. Or you can use Eye of Full Doom. All 3 are perfect. Are great. Here I'm using +2. I'm not even using +3. This we have physical damage, some resistance and life. And on the body armor we try to get as much armor as possible. So we try to get as much armor as possible. Yeah, so the items are cheap. Everything that I have here on League Start is cheap. Let me upgrade my boots actually. So I need some fire resistance and lighting. Okay. I want to get better boots. So we put here boots. We put here movement speed. Higher the better. Yeah, you can get 30 or 35. Let's put life. More than 100. I want some fire resistance. You know, like 30 or something. And I want some lighting resistance. Like 30 or something. And for the boots, you prioritize armor bases or armor and evasion. You don't take with energy shield. And like this, you buy boots. Let me check with 35. I mean, the more movement speed, the better. I love them. Let's buy this.
You've received a shipment.
Let's put some quality too.
Check back soon.
Breach and Abyss. This will be the most profitable content. Let me actually put a reminder. This is a good video idea. So I can explain, make a video which is the best content to farm on League Start, yeah? With the changes that they made. And I will take each content and I will explain what happened and why it's not profitable. I think a lot of people will get baited with Expedition and Ritual, for example. I can already see it. They are not that great as you think. And here we can put Soul Core of Takati for Chaos Resistance. Or we can put Farul, so you move faster. This one. Let me get an additional socket. Huh? Oh, it fucked my boots. Let's buy another one. Let me buy another one. They got fucked. You can also get multiple sockets. I personally like to get extra sockets, yes. Look, I'm out of currency. Let me buy some chaos here. Yeah, okay, fine. Give me some exalted.
Yes, Master Winkleton. We have visitors. Go on then.
Come on, give me a socket.
Get out of here.
I need one extra socket. Bang!
Oh dear.
I mean,
Better pick all that up.
it gave me lighting resistance, no?
Wait your return.
And he talks so much.
Good news for you.
Look at what Kushimado wrote. I know what Kushimado wrote. I talked 100 times. So what Kushimado wrote on the YouTube chat, I repeated 100 times today. I think I'll go crazy. I won't repeat anymore. So I know the essence change, I know very well. I repeated 100 times since I started the stream. I talked about the essence time 100 times. I won't even repeat anymore. I go crazy. So I know very well. Watch the Twitch VOD. I repeated 100 times. I know very well they changed the essence craft. I even crafted a new crossbow literally 10 minutes ago. So I won't repeat again. I know, of course I know. I repeated 100 times. I won't repeat again. So I know very well they changed the essence. Is no problem. I even put on the screen here, but nobody reads. I'm playing with a big handicap. Here, I'm being with a handicap. This is to emulate the essence change with a cheap crossbow. My crossbow is very cheap. Okay, let's buy another boots.
You've got some goods in.
I'll prepare a video tomorrow, yeah, with the changes. So I don't have to repeat like this. It's not easy for me. Take this one. When you buy your boots, you don't take with energy shield.
Let's keep it moving, yes.
Okay, now let's put some quality. And I try to get an additional socket. So take this from POEGuy. Because the items, resistance items is like this, will be cheap on League Start. Yeah? Try to put a valor, buy multiple items, and you put a valor when you try to get them one extra socket. Especially on League Start, this is very useful. So I highly love this thing that you can get 2 sockets. So I'm obsessed with sockets. I will not use Omen of Corruption because it got removed. So we just click here and you say 2 sockets. Oh, I got it, look. I got 2 sockets, let's see here. I got cold resistance, 2 sockets please. Here I got the pennies. I'm gonna use this one and we put Parul of Chase so we have movement speed. And I put Takati so we get chaos resistance. You know, 2 sockets is better than 1. And we put it here. So now I have 40% movement speed and I have some chaos resistance. I move much faster, see? And remember, you get 5% also from the skill tree. Here. So you get the extra 5% movement speed from this node, Gem Enthusiasm. Okay, let me put them somewhere and we continue. Here. I don't want to destroy them. Here. Let's do a gamble, yeah? Why not? Let's do a gamble now. So let's put here Flesh Crucible. And we're gonna buy a couple. If the price is not fucked up, let's check the price. I'll still buy them. I mean, the economy is fucked up, yeah?
You've got some goods in.
I don't like this price, but everything gets overpriced now. So I don't expect to be cheaper, yeah? Why armor and evasion and not just armor? I explained in the build guide, you should read it. Ideally you want armor, but sometimes, yeah, you find cheaper. Maybe you get 35 movement speed cheaper with armor and evasion. And you take armor and evasion because it's cheaper. You don't want to overpay on League Start. And if you have evasion, you take this one, Iron Reflexes. Yeah? So if it's cheaper with the modifiers that you need with armor and evasion, you buy armor and evasion. You don't want to overpay like 20 divines more for what? And you take this Keystone Iron Reflexes, will convert the evasion into armor. Yeah? So many times you will see that it's much cheaper if you take hybrid armor and evasion. If you get poor armor, there are a lot of warriors and can be very expensive. And armor and evasion is actually cheaper, and I explain in the build guide. Yeah, but if you take hybrids, you should take this keystone. Okay, let's buy more jewels. In the item section, I explain why we take iron reflexes, yeah?
You've received a shipment.
If someone reads the build guide, he will have 0 problems, 0 questions. I put a lot of effort into the build guide. So if you read it, no problems, no questions. Okay, let's refresh. Will Thunder Totems be viable in the next league? Yes. Yes, I will make the Shaman build again. For fun, I will make it again, but this will be my league starter. So I will start with the Warbringer. And I will make the Shaman build again, I will update it. They are viable, yes, you can still make them.
Come check out what came in for you.
They might be even stronger actually, because they added a lot of support gems. So they might even be stronger. Okay, now let's see if I get rich. I bought 15 of them.
I have a buyer.
Let's check. I want the Giant's Blood, I want Resonance, I want Blood Magic, I also want it. I made profit. Let's search it here. Blood Magic, it's a good keystone. 1 second, you want to take it on the jewel. Look, I made a lot of profit and I got it with movement speed. I already made profit. So this jewel alone, I made a lot of profit. Give me a second. Put here less movement speed. This is more expensive actually with movement speed. Look, this is like 2,000, more than 2,000 diviners. Also, I have good roll. This is 17. So probably mine is like with my roll, it's around 5,000 diviners.
Have an order?
So I made profit here. We put 5,000 diviners already, and I still have a lot of them.
Bound to buy that.
Let's drop this to 4 mirrors.
That's better. You may have been dreaming before.
Let me see here. Unwavering stance with less maximum life. No, my boy, you pay attention here. So the less movement speed has a roll. It can roll from 10 to 20. My jewel has 12. Yeah, so you're a sucky boy. The roll is important. So my jewel has 12% less movement speed, so it's much more expensive than this one. And this guy has 19%. If you want this jewel to be expensive, you need to have 10% or 12 or 11. So the roll is very important here. I have 12, this guy has 17, this has 19. So my jewel is superior. You pay attention to the roll. Now which keystone? Unwavering stance, let's test it. I mean, I know it's cheap already. So you don't know how to price check properly. Okay, let's check it here. This is cheap. You're a sucky boy. And I have it with less maximum life. Let's put here. Because this is also important. You need to put it. Oh, it's expensive. Let me tell you why it's expensive. I think spellcasters use it, and spellcasters, some of them, they don't use life. So the less maximum life modifier, it's not a downside for them. That's why it's expensive. Okay. So this is like 1,000 diviners. I made profit here.
Can I help?
So here we put it 1,000 diviners. 1,000 diviners. Here.
I'm sure someone would want that.
Let's check this one. Mind over matter with less defenses. Where does the jewel drop from? Aziri. Temple of Sex. Mind over matter. Oh, I made profit again. We have with less defenses. Oh, this is important. So I have with less defenses, it might be cheaper. Less defenses is not that great actually. It should be cheaper. Oh, what do you know? I made profit. So this is 15. Let me see how much I have. 16. This is not great. So my jewel, it's like 2,000 diviners. We put here, I made profit. 2,000 diviners.
Is that a good price?
Okay, let's check the next one. Mind over matter again. I made profit again. Man, literally with all the jewels here, I made profit. Let's check this one. 16% less movement speed. And put here less. I mean, if you know what to gamble, you make profit. If you don't know, it's your problem. Oh, I made profit again. Mine is like 2,000 because of the roll. Yeah, I have 2,000 diviners.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Okay, let's check this one. Ancestral bond. This is not great. This is cheap. So this is cheap. Ancestral bond here is cheap. You see, I was right. So this we put aside. Mind over matter again. Oh, less spirit, it's terrible. Oh, actually this is cheap. We have less spirit this time. So my mind over matter with less spirit should be very cheap. So I'm gonna remove this one and we put less spirit. Yeah, it's cheaper, you see. Now let's check the roll. 20, 15, 17. Let's check my roll. 19. Okay, this is terrible. I'll put like 150 divine orbs.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Ancestral bond again. This is cheap. We put it here. This I think it's 100% is cheap. Let's put it here. Scared fate. Yeah, it's cheap. So we put it here. Hollow palm telic. I have no clue. We check. I think it's cheap. With less maximum life. 10%, which is the perfect. It can roll minus 20 or minus 10. 10 is perfect. So let's put here less maximum life. And let's check. Yeah, it's not expensive. Let's put 50 divine orbs. No, actually, I will keep it here. Here I made big money. My boy, this is huge money. Blood magic again. I made a lot of profit. So blood magic, it's one of the best keystones that you can get, and I got it again. Put here blood magic. Let's see with what I have here. Less spirit. So I put here less spirit. Should be very expensive. Check here. This guy has 19. I have 15. I have better rolls, no? Let me check. I have 13. This is more expensive. 15, 19, 13. So it's 4,000 divinals. I made profit.
Have an order?
4,000 divinals. I already made shit ton of
I'll
profit.
do what I can to sell it for you.
Iron reflexes is cheap. I mean, let's check it. I have no clue. Put here iron reflexes. Okay. We have with less movement speed is terrible. We put it here. Mind over matter with less maximum life. This is very expensive. The people that use this keystone, they don't care about life. So we put here mind over matter. And we put less maximum life. And this will be very expensive. Check here. So it's 2,000 divine orbs.
Can I help?
Okay, 2,000 divine orbs here.
Is that a good price for that?
Elemental equilibrium, I don't think. Okay, this is cheap. Let me check elemental equilibrium and primal hunger. Mental equilibrium. This is cheap. Let me remove the maximum life. Cheap. And primal hunger, I also think is cheap. Cheap. Now, my boys, you think that I'm done. I'm not done. Actually, we can make profit even with these ones. You want to get a cultivation orb here, and you apply it. It has a chance to remove a keystone. It gives you another one. So here I want to change the keystone into another one. I was very unlucky. Sometimes it will give you a different keystone, so you have one more chance. These are bricks. Yeah? These are bricks. You know, and if you get lucky, you can get something like this. Like this one, for example. I sold for 2 mirrors. So you can get 2 keystones, which can have synergy. So this is a flesh crucible diamond. I sold it for 2 mirrors of Calandra yesterday. Why? It doesn't have any downside, and it has 2 keystones with synergy. You see? So you can actually get 2 different keystones, and if you're lucky, they can have synergy. Let's open another map. Then I'll take a break. I need to eat something. we do one more map here and I'll take a break after. A small break. Brother, can you run once you upgrade it to the fullest super hard abyssal with 50 teeth? My boy, if you want to do abyss ultra just like Fabgun style, you need very expensive items. Here I'm using like 2 divine orbs items. If you want to run what you wrote in the chat, you need a lot of currency, like 500 divines or even 1000 divine orbs. So what you said in the chat, it's not for league start. So that kind of content you do later, you need to invest a lot of currency. It will not be cheap. My build can do it, but it will not be cheap. Yes, my build can do it, but you need to invest like more than 1000 divine orbs for that. I did it actually in patch 0.4. I did a lot of abyss with that modifier, but it will not be cheap for that. You get what you paid for. This is cheap. Here I'm showcasing with cheap items. So you get what you paid for. If you pay 2 divines, don't expect to do that. Yeah, you can do it. I did it actually. So in page 0.4 I farmed a lot of abyss, like a lot of abyss for 1 month with this build. But it was not cheap. I invested a lot of currency into the build. Here I'm playing a very cheap setup. Defenses are also fine, but it will get tankier later. So the more you invest, it will get tankier. Yeah, this is the same starter that I did in 0.3 and 0.4. Yeah, this will be my starter. So you will not get one-shotted, yeah? Defenses are fine. Even with cheap items, if you play the build properly, you should not get one-shotted. If you notice, I'm using the shield here, encasing Jade. So when you get surrounded by enemies, you should press the shield, it will absorb damage. New players, they don't press at all the shield. That's the problem. So you have the shield. If things go spicy, you will actually press it. That's how you stay alive. On a budget, yeah? You read the build guide. So to answer your question, you read the build guide. You have a command exclamation mark build, you put in the chat, you read it, it takes you 5 minutes. Everything is in the build guide.
Face me!
Oh, we have here a special strongbox.
Another wellspring.
Oh! Yeah, we need to take a small break. I need to eat something, then we continue. My boy, I can put the FPS here on the screen. So here you can see my FPS, yeah?
Soul is forfeit.
So you have a bar here, it shows you my FPS. Check here. Top right corner, the FPS bar. My boy, you check here. Look, I'm playing. You ask me how is the build in the endgame? Look, I'm playing endgame here. So I'm doing waste on 15, 16. I've been doing like crazy. I'm using very cheap items to divine oaks. I'm doing ritual, I'm doing abyss, I'm doing expedition, breach. Look. So to answer your question, here is the endgame. So watch the stream. Look, area level 79, waste on 15 here. I'm using very cheap items. I'm doing even ritual. I even did pinnacle bosses. With this setup, I farmed all rotten king in the mist, yeah? +1, +2. Let me check here. Take this. Now, I need to be careful with this boss. Sometimes it's horny and can one-shot you. If he crits. Yeah. Okay, let me see what I can take. Here we go. So I'll try to get this jewel socket and we put another jewel. Yeah. My boys, I'll take a small break. I need to eat something, then we continue. So I'm hungry. I still want to stream like 3 more hours, but I will take a small break, like 10 minutes. I return and we stream like 3 more hours. It will be a small break.
It's your lucky day.
Yeah, give me a second. One moment. Okay, we put it here. You know, I can play this video until I go back, yeah? So I made a video today. Do you want me to play it? Or you can watch it for yourself. Let me watch it for yourself. Let me make a message on the screen. 1 second, put here. Be right back, 10 minutes. Let's remove this one. Yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Shaking to the beat, ghostly rhythm in the street. Thriller night, feel alive, running wild until sunrise. In the dark we burn so bright, lost inside the thriller night.
My boys, I'm back. So I ate, we're gonna stream like 3 more hours. I took a small break, I ate something, we continue. So yeah, I'll repeat, this is a warrior that I leveled up from level 1 2 days ago. I did a campaign, I progressed until Waystone 15-16, I'm using cheap items, yeah. Even on the weapon, I removed the gem levels. So this is a crossbow with a lot of physical damage, we have 1 extra totem, I removed the gem levels. And I still can do Waystone 15 without problems.
Have an order?
Let me do some maps. We sell this, I found it in Ritual.
I'll post it right away.
Look, I'll open a map here. Build, it's incredible. You cannot go wrong with it. So this is a well-tested setup. You need to trust me, this is very strong. Let's do Abyss with Breach. So I'm gonna take here Abyss. I'm gonna juice it. Be careful with this modifier. It says abyssal monster in your maps have increased difficulty and reward for each close pit. If you're using league start items, I'm using very cheap items. You don't want this modifier. So it will make the abysses like 10 times, 20 times harder. You avoid this modifier, so remember this. So if you die in abyss, most likely you have this modifier. Monsters are more difficult for each pit that you did. You don't want it on league start. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. We're gonna do Breach. Yeah, and let's take Irradiation, so we push up the area level. Perfect. Boss, how bad is the crafting net for us? My boy, I repeated like 50 times already. It's not a big deal. First of all, the item will be cheaper to craft. And as you can see, I crafted this without gem levels. So it's exactly the same craft, just that you don't put Essence of Battle at the end. So you do exactly the same craft, and the last step with Essence of Battle, you don't do it. You skip it. So you just put Essence of Abrasion, and you stop there. You don't put Essence of Battle. Yeah? And later, when you find some currency, you can buy one with gem levels. But as you will see, I do all the content even without gem levels on the crossbow. Let's open the map so you can see it. So you can still get gem levels, but you'll need to pay more now. Here I'm doing without gem levels. Boss, will you still be using Guide of Doom? Probably not, because I think it will be expensive. So with the change that they did, a lot of people, especially people that play spell totems, will go with Item of Doom, and probably it will be like 20 divines. You have alternatives. You can use a rare amulet with +2 or +3 projectile skills. You can get fire flower with +3 or +4, or Item of Doom. So you free amulets that you can use for the endgame. Buy a random amulet with +2 and +3, ideally with some life. You get fire flower +3 or +4 fire skills, or Item of Doom. So you have choices. I'll update the build guide after the stream. So I'll do some minor tweaks to the build guide after I close the stream today. As you can see, the build still matches everything, even without gem levels. My boy, projectile skills, attack skills, exactly the same. So if you have projectile skills, or attack skills, or fire skills, or elemental skills, it's exactly the same thing. All of them will push the cluster grenade damage. So projectile skills, attack skills, fire skills, elemental skills, all of them work. It's exactly the same effect, just different wording. For example, this amulet gives you fire skills. You don't have projectile skills, it says fire skills. It still works. You still get the gem levels. Remember, I'm using a cheap setup. If you have so many upgrades that you can do.
Come here!
1 second, I need to jump a little. So if you get surrounded and you cannot dodge roll, you will put lip slam. So sometimes the enemy will surround you, you just lip slam out. Here, I will lip slam. When you get surrounded. This build, if done properly, you should be tanky. So build done properly should be tanky. This build will not get one-shotted, for example. Let's do the bridge. This is area level 80 and I also juice the map to the maximum. Are there berry MTX for grenades? No. So we don't have MTX for grenades, yeah? You cannot change it. My boy, thank you for dropping by on stream. So I didn't see your nickname and probably it's the first time when you can come here. Thank you for dropping by. So I'm showcasing the build that I will leak start in 0.5, I mean in 4 days. This is a well-tested setup, I did it in 0.3 and 0.4, it's great for the endgame. You cannot go wrong with it. Also, it's not squishy, which is important. So it actually has good defenses. We're not using a shield, but it has good defenses. So people need to understand that defenses are crucial. Yeah? For example, spell totems. How the fuck you will scale defenses? Yeah? So spell totems, especially in the campaign, but even for the endgame, will be squishier than this one. So you need to put the right questions. Which are the defenses? Because if you get one shot, you'll not have a good time. You need a tanky build. Yeah. Let's do the Sexpedition. I'm checking the immunity. I don't want fire immunity. Look, I sold it. Oh! Are you familiar with the builds from Tantiel? Yes, I know him. He actually plays hardcore. He actually makes now a spell totem build. I know he makes spell totem. I know him. We never talked.
You disgrace me, sir.
But again, this is a well-tested setup. You cannot go wrong. You can do all the Atlas points, all the content. Yeah. I mean, you should do what you want, but I'm telling you, this is great. Okay, let's do another map. What did you eat? Some boiled eggs. So I had some boiled eggs and I ate them.
It's your lucky day.
You know, I cannot eat anything fancy. I mean, 10 minutes is not enough. Also, I ate them really fast. Here we go here. For this build, another great thing, it can do all the modifiers, so you don't need to apply a regex filter. But I recommend, if it's league start, you should actually read the modifiers because some of them can be problematic. My neighbor stopped drilling. No, no more drilling.
I must keep my guard up, even here.
Of course I checked it. I talked about it like 50 times on stream. Why do you think I have a message on the screen here? Let's make it with bold text. So this message is regards the crafting. So the crossbow that I currently have, you know, doesn't have gem levels. So I removed the essence of battle. We're gonna put essence of abrasion and we no longer use essence of battle. This will be for getting our initial endgame crossbow. So here I'm using a crossbow that doesn't have gem levels. Yeah, so that's why I put this message on. Let's put it here in the middle so people see it better. Let's make it bigger actually. That's why I'm putting this message, because of the essence. Let me make another message here. Okay, give me a second. Put here. Let's put like this so people understand better why I put this message on the screen. Okay, now people should actually read. Okay, let's... I get the same question, I go crazy, you know? I got it like 50 times already. Or 100 times since I started streaming. So now they will read it for sure. You can still get gem levels, but you will need to pay more. So later you will farm some currency, you can still get gem levels on the crossbow, up to +5. Here I'm playing without gem levels, here is my crossbow. You can craft something like this deterministically, like 30 exalted orbs, very cheap. So you craft an endgame crossbow for like 30 exalted orbs. Yeah, it will be much harder, yes. I think it will be around 20 divine orbs. Getting gem levels on the crossbow, deterministically, the recipe should be around 15-20 divine orbs. Yeah, around this price. I don't care about the recombinator, I didn't use it too much. So crafting with the recombinator, I think a few people were crafting with it. As you can see, it's quite tanky. So the build here is quite tanky. And it's also far away from being done. You have a lot of upgrades for maxing the build, a lot of them. There is even a charm here that will give you even more physical damage reduction. It will mitigate the damage even more. Rite of passage. I mean, if you have Rite of passage, you become even tankier. So I simply love Rite of passage. I will try to buy one early, actually. It will make you even tankier in max. Prots! Good morning, welcome. So I changed my weapon, I don't have gem levels. I'm playing with the handicap. I showcased all the content, I did ritual, expedition, breach, abyss. Let's do this, we have one expedition here, let's do it. Now, expedition, you need to be careful. The monsters can be rippy if you detonate bad remnants, yeah? You don't need to get close. You just put the totems and you keep safe distance. Okay, let's do the breach.
The breach open.
The best farms will be breach and abyss. I will prepare a video about it. Show FPS? Look, I can show you. Someone on YouTube asked me about the FPS. You can see it on the screen. Here is my FPS. Oh. Well, I upgraded my computer 1 year ago. So I got a new computer 1 year ago. You asking me about the graphic? Here it is. RX 9070. You can check it here. Okay, let's do the boss. Oh! So yeah, it's an incredible build, it's very easy to play. Remember, you don't have to worry about mana. It's a one button build, you don't need to press multiple buttons. It's tanky, you will not get one-shotted, which is important for the end game. Because you can play a build, but if you get one-shotted or you play like a pussy, so you can have a build that does a lot of damage, but if you play like a pussy, it's a shit build. I'm playing quite aggressively here, and it will get way better than this. One button build, no mana. I mean, what do you want more than this? You don't need a regex filter, you just put them up and you run it. You can do all the modifiers. No regex filter needed. You can do all the content. Even with the cheap items, you can do all the content. I mean... Yeah. Let's open a new map, actually. No. Let me explain what happens with explosive grenade. People think that explosive grenade is better. No! So in the DPS tooltip it will show you more damage with explosive grenade, but in reality, cluster grenade does more damage. You have a lot of small explosions that overlap. So even for a single target you do much more damage. So you have so many small explosions that overlap that detonate multiple times, and all those explosions that overlap deal actually more damage than explosive grenade. So actually cluster grenade is far superior than explosive grenade. In the DPS tooltip it will show you lower DPS, but in reality it's much more damage than explosive grenade. So ignore the DPS tooltip. So you have a lot of mini explosions that overlap, and all those explosions stack and you did much more damage. So people get fooled with the DPS tooltip. Cluster grenade is way superior to explosive grenade, even for single target. So it's way better for clear speed and single target. You don't want to swap. Boss, what are your thoughts about the Idol of Doom change? It's a terrible change because it will be expensive. So this amulet used to be cheap. Yeah? Now it will be used by spell totems. People that play spell totems need desperately a lot of spirit, and some of them even maximum totems. And if it gives spirit on the Idol of Doom, it will be expensive. So all the a majority of the guys that will league start with spell totems will buy Idol of Doom. So this will be like 20 divines on league start. Luckily for us, we have alternatives. Here I'm using Amulet with +2 projectile skills. You can get +3, it's even better. You can also get Fire Flower with +4 or +3. So we are in luck because you can use a rare Amulet or a +4 Fire Flower. This will be mega expensive. So because they changed it, will be very expensive. No problem, you take Fire Flower or this one. It's still, look, I'm using this one. So that's our luck. We have a lot of alternatives. I expect spell totems to be expensive in the endgame. So people that will league start with spell totems, good luck in the endgame. You will need to spend like 30-50 divine orbs to clear waste on 16 easy. In the campaign it will be easy, but it will be expensive in the endgame. Also squishy. I also expect to be squishy. And you only care about the endgame. No, Fire Flower just +4. Do not buy +2 because a rare amulet is superior. So if you get +2 on the rare amulet, you can also get life, you can get attributes, resistances, etc. So it's superior. If you get Fire Flower just with +4. If it's +2, you don't buy. +2 or +3, you take on the rare amulet. Because you can get extra modifiers that are very useful. Like life, stats, etc. Here I'm using +2, I'm not even using +3. If I get +3, I do more damage. But I took it +2. My boy, actually Indigon is smart. So someone in the Twitch chat mentioned Indigon. You know, Indigon mana stacking, it's actually broken. Yeah, I mean, you can scale damage with spell totems if you go with Indigon helmet, yeah. That's actually smart. It can give you a lot of damage. Indigon is great for spell totems, yes. Oh. And the most important thing, it's also fun. It's lazy to play, it's tanky, we have good damage, it's very cheap, and it's fun. One button. So here I'm just pressing one button. One button do. You can put also voltaic grenade, but it's one button. You think this version will be able to blow up? My boy, I did trial of Sekema carry so many times on. I can do a full party carry. So with this build in patch 0.4, I did for 1 month full party carry with this build with cluster grenade. So I was carrying people in trial of Sekema for profit, and I was doing daily multiple runs full party carry. Of course it can do it. And on League Start you can carry like 2 free guys. You can still carry. So yes, you can do it easy. You can watch my Twitch VOD from 3 days ago. I carried people from Twitch with cheap items. So with league start items, I invited people from Twitch, so we make the boss harder, and I did it without problem. 3 days ago, you check the Twitch VOD. Of course, you need to know the mechanics. So if you farm Trial of Sekema, you need to know the mechanics. You need to practice a little, no? Someone on YouTube asked me if breaking armor below 0 gives DPS boost. Yes, it gives. The reason I'm not using it is because this build was adapted for new players and casual players. So this is a casual player build, and casual players die. That's the problem. They die. They tend to die a lot because they suck, and we need to make tanky. So instead of taking armor break this below 0, we take this one Jade Heritage, so they have an extra shield. So I want to make sure that this build is great for new players. Yeah, new players, they tend to die a lot. They don't need a squishy build. So I try my best to make it as tanky as possible. So I sacrifice some damage here for more defenses. Yeah, I did my best to make the build as tanky as possible. For new players, not for me. So I want people to have a good time with this build. We don't like squishy builds. So I did my best to make it as tanky as possible. Damage is fine, and it will get way better than this. Damage will get way better than this when you get your upgrades. Okay, let's go here. Of course you have it in the build guide. Let's put it on the screen. Give me a second. So you still have the normal setup, which I'm currently in. I'm using the normal setup, and you have here the max version. Here, it's way more powerful. We even stack rage. This is very powerful, but it's more expensive. So again, normal version very cheap. Can do all the content from the game on normal version, and if you like it, you do the max version. This is ultra powerful, but we're using much more expensive items. Yeah. You can even use Headhunter. Yeah, but this is max version. You stick with normal on League Start. Could you show your stats? What do you want me to show you? My items or what? You want my items? Want me to show my items? Be more specific. What do you want to see? My resistances or what do you mean? Here are my resistances. So you can check here, yeah? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're only planning focusing on this build, no other class builds for the league? League start just this one. So my league starter is fixed, will be the Warbringer that I'm playing here. I will not change my league starter. This is a well-tested setup. It's incredible, very efficient, very cheap, extremely easy to play, so I will not make any other starter. After this one, I will make a Spirit Walker, I will make my Shaman, and I will update the build guide, but the league starter is fixed. I will league start with this one. Each time when I play, of course, I do different builds. I will do experiment with Spell Totems, I will make also a Spirit Walker for a Zoom build. But I will not change my league starter. This is the league starter. I have no reason to change it, it's very powerful. take this one. Is Shaman viable to League Start because of the armor buffs? No, because it's expensive as fuck. Your build on League Start should be cheap. I'm talking about Waystone 15-16. So my Shaman, it's a good build. I have another build with a Shaman Ancestral Warrior Totems, but it's much more expensive in order to scale damage. So we're gonna League Start with this one, Warbringer. That's the whole idea of a League Starter. You also need to be cheap. You don't want expensive items.
Your way has no place here, cowardly.
The Totems is not for everyone. So if you don't like the playstyle, no problem. I know a lot of people that don't like Totems. It's fine.
Yes, my beloved.
Okay, let's do some bosses now. So let's switch it up a little. We're gonna do some pinnacle bosses again. How is Tactician for Totems? It's pennies. Tactician is pennies. Let me repeat you why. So Warbringer gets 1 extra totem. Tactician also gets 1 extra totem, but it's conditional. Yeah? For the totems to attack in a Tactician, you need to use another skill. So it's no longer 1 button. So yeah, Tactician gets 1 extra totem, but it's conditional. You need to pair it up with another skill. So it's 2 buttons. Tactician is also squishy. It's like peace. This is tanky. Totems absorb 20% of the damage that you take. You also have a shield. Tactician, if you fart, it will die in Waystone 16-15. Of course, it's a range gameplay, so most of the times you'll stay alive, but if things go spicy, Tactician will die. So it's much squishier than a Warbringer. Another thing, I'm breaking the armor from the Ascendancy. For Tactician, you need to use yet another skill for armor break. So you press 3 buttons. Here we press 1 button, and it's also squishy. So fuck Tactician. Tactician has more DPS, so more damage, but it's squishier than a Warbringer, and you need to press much more buttons. This is a 1 button build. It's also tanky. Tactician is squishy, and you press 3 buttons. And we don't want to play like that, or I don't want to play like that. This is the best installed class for Mortal Cannon. Yeah, I made 3 videos on YouTube, even in patch 0.3 and 0.4, explaining why Warbringer is the best class. Yeah? People are obsessed with damage numbers, just damage. They don't think about the buttons. They don't think about defenses. Yeah, you need a balanced build, yeah? Maximum 2 buttons, and you need good defenses, not expensive items.
Good news for you.
Yeah, let's do all road on difficulty +2 now. And put it here, we do difficulty +2. Well, I'm using cheap items again. I don't even have gem levels on this one. Here it's +2 projectile skills. I'm not using +3. I'm not using incredible items. Let's see. No, I need to put it because the Saki boys put the same question. So this thing on my screen, I need to put it. This thing that you see now on the screen, I need to keep it here. Because I get this question like every 5 minutes. I even put it in the middle. So there is a reason why I put it there. I get this question every 3 minutes. And it's hard for me to repeat like this. So I get a question regarding the Essence nerf every 5 minutes. You're a Saki boy. That's why I put it like that. This is difficulty +2, yes? You're a Saki boy.
I am the doom at the door. Purify.
So I have pretty shit items here. The items will get way better. I'm using pretty basic items for day 3 of a League Start. And you can do difficulty +2 all over. Done. Difficulty +2. For +3, you need to push it. I mean, I'm using cheap items. You don't do +3 with cheap items. This is all road from Expedition.
Good news for you.
So this was the boss from Expedition. Let's make some space here. One moment, I need to make some space.
Stop being a Saki boy. Are you a Saki
Status, boss, thank you for the support. Have a good start in 4 days, and I thank you and welcome. What I wanted not to do. I wanted to buy this one. We're gonna use the... here I'm not reading the modifiers, I can do all of them. Another benefit of the build, you don't need the regex filter. You just put it and you hit it. Here, let me check what we have.
Choose.
Hey, gift. Oh, terrible gifts. Let me check this one. And they are cheap. Let's open a new map. Can it do 6 ritual bosses in 0.5? My boy, it can do. But I'm using cheap items. So the build that you see here, it's around 2 diviners. If you want to do the ultra juice, mega, hyper content, you invest more currency. I'm using very cheap items. I can do a lot of things. I can do waste on 15, I can do waste on 16, all the content here. If you want to do that kind of content, you invest more. For example, this crossbow doesn't have gem levels. You buy a crossbow that has physical damage with gem levels and 1 extra totem. Yeah? It can do everything from the game, but if you want to do ultra hyper late content, you can do it, but you upgrade the build. Here I'm using 2 diviners. If you invest more divines into the build, it will get stronger. I play on purpose with cheap items. I don't want to buy expensive items because people will complain. If I buy expensive items, people will complain. I'm using cheap items. Okay, let's find an area. Here, we do it. So, on purpose, I play with cheap items. Already it's a miracle because I can do pinnacle bosses on +2. Already it's a miracle. Show me a build that can do it. With this budget. Without dying. Oh, I'm stuck. My boy, I shown the items. That's the problem for me because I need to repeat. I need to show. I think I showed it like 20 times. Let me show it again. This is a crossbow. I crafted it on stream. I actually crafted 3 of them. Yeah, I crafted 3 of them. To craft a crossbow like this deterministically, it costs 30 exalted odds 40 with league start prices. This is very cheap, very easy to craft. You can craft a crossbow like this for the end game without any stress. Extremely cheap. This is the weapon. For the rings, you want physical damage to attacks and some life. Very cheap rings. Here again, physical damage to attacks and some life. Very cheap rings. On the amulet, you want projectile skills. You can get even +3. Here I'm using +2. So the most important modifier on the amulet will be plus to projectile skills. You try to get +2 or even better +3. Life resistances. Here you want physical damage to attacks and some life. Ideally with fire damage to attacks too. Here you want resistances. And here I just bought it to move faster, so I have more movement speed. But you want movement speed, life and resistances. And here you want as much armor as possible with some resistances. So you can get easy all of them on League Start. You can even play it on solo self-found. So this you can craft it yourself on solo self-found. It's very easy. All that you need to find is Essence of Abrasion and 2 Omens, which are very common from Abyss. So everything, this build is solo self-found viable even. My boy, are you reading? I'm upset. Let's put it like this. Are you reading here? Huh? I have a message on the screen. Are you reading it? I'm playing without gem levels. The reason I'm playing without gem levels is because I didn't use Essence of Battle. I want to show people that you can craft deterministically the crossbow without the fucking gem levels. I think I repeated like 100 times. I'm really mad. So my crossbow here doesn't have gem levels. I'm really triggered now. does not have gem levels. So you have physical damage and maximum ballista totems. I have not used Essence of Battle. Why the fuck do you think I have this message on the screen? Let's make it bigger. So I repeated like 100 times already. Let's put it here. Maybe people read it. I'm really triggered now. I'm really upset. So I repeated like 100 times. When people don't read, let's put it bigger. Essence nerf. Now maybe they read. So this is the reason why I don't have gem levels. So I want to show people that you can craft the crossbow extremely cheap without the fucking gem levels, without the fucking Essence of Battle, and I can do all the content already. Yeah? Man, I'm upset as fuck. I repeated like 100 times this today. 100 times I said the same thing today. It's incredible. I'm really upset. I'm mad. I'm actually mad. Not upset, I'm mad. I even put it on the screen. I'm ruining my stream. I have to put some shit text on the screen and people still don't read. So I had to put some bullshit text on the screen to ruin my stream and people still don't read. If I get one more question, I will ban directly. The next guy that puts this question, I will ban him directly. If I see one more question regarding the fucking instant ban. Instant ban. I'm so pissed that I will instantly ban. I don't care who you are. Put this question, I ban you. Next question, ban direct. Ban directly. I get one more question, ban directly. Yes, I'm ultra angry. I'm mad as fuck. Fruits. Thank you. Now I feel bad, you know, sorry for the drama. My boy, you know, I got frustrated. Man, thank you again for the support. That's a lot of gifted subs. I cannot be angry anymore. Thank you. Now I feel bad, you know, I caused drama on the screen, but I really got frustrated. So I've been repeating the same thing, you know, like 100 times today. You know, I can repeat 5 times, I can repeat 20 times, but if I say the same thing like 50 times, 100 times, I go crazy. So I'm really upset. I repeated the same thing. Thank you. Thank you for the subs. Let's make this smaller. Now I feel bad. Yeah, I'm like a girl, you know, cause of drama. Yeah. Thank you for this. Prince Dennis, thank you too. Now I feel bad, you know. So I got carried away, you know, I got angry and I got carried away. I forgot about yeah, sorry. Rods, thank you again. That's a lot of stuff. I mean, I think if you would be in my position, you would also get frustrated. When you have to repeat a thing so many times, I think you would also react like me. So if you have to say the same thing like 50 times, 100 times, 100% you would get frustrated too. Yeah, and I have to put it on the screen, people don't read. Now I feel terrible. So Frod's subbed, so I calm down. That's why I feel terrible. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I got upset. Now I feel better. Oh. Yeah, I was carried away. Look, I'm not reading any modifier, I just put it and I hit it. Can I ask you which is the best essence to use on a crossbow for this build? The essence of sex. In the build guide there is a video that shows you how to craft the crossbow. The crafting procedure is the same, you just don't use Essence of Battle. Yeah? So it's exactly the same crafting process, but when I talk about the Essence of Battle, you no longer use it. That's it. So you already have the crafting recipe, you just don't use Essence of Battle. So you're gonna put a greater Essence of Abrasion and that's it. Then you desecrate and you no longer put Essence of Battle. That will be the craft. It will give you a weapon that you can do the endgame. So you can get a weapon like mine, deterministically, for like 30 Exalted Orbs on League-Start with League-Start prices. I crafted 3 of them actually. Very cheap craft on League-Start.
Cower!
Oh, now let me ask you an honest question. You know, I have some text on the screen. Tell me in the chat if it bothers you. So I have some text on the screen, in the middle of the screen actually. Let me know if it bothers you or not. So here I'm playing, there is a screen literally in the middle of the screen. If this text is a problem, let me know. I need to know. So here I have some text in the middle. Okay, I'll keep it. So I put a text so I don't get that essence question I get it too often, you know? My boy, do you want to see any particular content? Write in the chat. So here I have the build, it's a cheap setup. Let me know if you want to see any particular content. Put in the chat and I'll do it. So you see, waste on 15, 16 are easy. You can farm maps, no problem. At what level do you transition to Mortar Cannon? 52. At level 52. Let me read. I'm not sure if you asked this question or you ignored my message. Why did you change oil grenade to electric one? Let's talk about it. So in the campaign we use oil grenade for the fire exposures, yeah? Later, as you level up, you get more supports for the spirits, ancestral spirits. Ancestral spirits can give you fire exposure for free. So the moment you summon the spirit, it will be ignited, and ignited enemies next to a boss with this one will apply fire exposure. So we no longer need oil grenade for exposure because we get it for free from the minions. And because we get it from free from the minions, we're gonna put voltaic grenade for shock. So we get a damage boost for bosses, yeah? When you shoot voltaic grenade, this will shock the boss, yeah? Which is extra damage. Oil grenade was giving you fire exposure, but now we get it from the minions. That's why. So oil grenade is just for the campaign, for the exposure. What is the story behind the big vagina marble you keep on display? This one? This is a amethyst geode. This is an amethyst geode. Let's make it bigger. See, it's a crystal. So this is the geode. It's a crystal, man. You get it from the cave. I can tell you how we're gonna max the build further. I will include voices, for example. I can already see in the max version setup of this build, I will include voices dual. 100%. I also need to check the new supports. Who knows, maybe we're gonna use something else. For the max version, there is a thing that you can buy. It will make you very tanky. Oh, I'm already tanky. So the build is already tanky. But I simply love this one, man. You put rite of passage. I recommend to... if you want to max the build, I recommend this charm. And you put here a spirit of the bear. Yeah, I loved it. Of the bear. This one. So Spirit of the Bear, you can get it up to 20 seconds and it will give you 20% maximum life, so you get more life for 20 seconds and it mitigates damage by a further 20%. It's quite big for a charm, I really love it. So if you want to max the build, I recommend this charm, especially for mapping or simulacrum +3. So you get 20% mitigation from this node, totems absorb 20% of the damage and you get an addition 20% from the charm. Really powerful charm. I will buy it. I'll try to buy it as early as possible because it will go expensive. The first chance will be cheaper. Infernal Legion 2, not 1. So in the chat you told me about pinnacle bosses. For sure we can do more.
Come check out what came in for you.
Okay, let's see. Let's buy here some
Yes.
and what I sold. The flesh crucibles here, yeah.
Oh, it's you.
Put here splinter and let's see what we can do. I mean, we don't have many options. I can do simulacrum +1 with this. So even with cheap items, you can do +1 simulacrum. Let's actually do one. Okay, we buy it.
All right, your order is registered.
Let's do also all rot again. And let's do king in from the toilet. Let's do Zesh too, why not? Bridge. Oh, it's expensive as fuck.
All right, your order is registered.
Let's try a simulacrum first. So this build should be able to do simulacrum +1 and +2 quite easy. Yeah. For +3, I recommend rite of passage that gives you 20% damage reduction. Yeah. Simulacrum gives you a lot of rares anyway. Let's do +1 or +2. Let's test first with +1. Should be easy. +1 should be very easy for this build. Then we do +2. If I do +1, then we do +2.
This place has become twisted. What happened here?
I will make a new warrior, but it will be just for the campaign. I will no longer do the end game, especially Act 1. So the hardest act will be Act 1. We're gonna practice tomorrow the campaign with Act 1. Yeah. So what you do here? You move in circles. Every 1 second you drop a totem. There is a jewel that I highly recommend, just for one modifier here. I don't have it now, but I'm just talking about it. You try to buy a Heart of the Well, and you buy this more modifier. You get where the fuck it is. This one, increased armor from equipped body armor. So this is a modifier that I highly recommend to get on League Start. When you have the currency, not now. I'm not using it. Yeah, for this one, increase armor from equipped body armor. This is an effect similar to this skill node, and you try to get as much armor as possible on the body armor. Yeah, you also have armor applies to elemental damage, so the more armor you have, it will make you tankier even for elemental attacks. Yeah, and this modifier armor applies to elemental damage. You try to get it on all your items. Here I have it just on the helmet, but you can get it also on the body armor. You can get it on the gloves. You can get it on the boots. Yeah. So Heart of the Well with this modifier, it will make you tankier. You have it in the build guide actually. Man, it's great, but the one thing I don't like, GGG is doing changes for the patch notes even now. So they keep doing changes for the patch notes even now. The league will start in 3 days, no? Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Friday, yeah. 4 days, sorry. What about Megalomaniac? Yes, you can use it. It's even in the build guide. If you find a Megalomaniac with very powerful nodes, for sure you can use it. The best in slot jewel for this build, for maxing, will be this one. Prism of Belief, of course. So we scale damage with gem levels, which is important. If you have the currency, this is not mandatory, you can buy a Prism of Belief and you take here Cluster Grenade. You get +2 or +3. This gives you shit ton of damage. Or even +3. Yeah. And because we don't have a lot of people playing my build archetype here in patch 0.5, I expect to be cheaper in the next league. So the best in slot jewel would be Prism of Belief with +2 or +3. No problem, thank you for dropping by. But it works, you know? I put this message on the screen about the essence nerf. I don't get that question too often now. So since I put it here on the screen, the thing with the essence, I don't get the question like every 5 minutes anymore. So this text on the screen actually helps me. Yeah, I put here that I'm playing with -5 skill because of the essence nerf, and people don't ask me that often anymore. You know, when I started streaming, it was literally every 5 seconds. Every 5 minutes, sorry. Every 5 minutes. So this text actually works. I will keep it. The levels are from the crossbow, yeah? So it doesn't give me +5 anymore. You see?
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
The only thing that I would change for Simulacrum is the experience. As it is, you don't get experience, yeah? This is a big loss. Loss of time, I mean. I would farm Simulacrum all day if they give you experience here, yeah? You kill monsters and you actually get something. If you would get experience, I would farm Simulacrum all day until level 100. But you don't get experience. Yeah. Did GGG say where voices drop? No. But it should be a pinnacle boss, no? So I think voices will drop from one of the new pinnacle bosses, yeah? I don't think it's from Simulacrum. So in addition to Simulacrum, they added other bosses that you need to fight. Probably will be one of those bosses that will drop voices. So I think Simulacrum will stay as it is. It will drop maybe Megalomaniac. And the voices will be from a special boss that we don't know yet.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Oh. Now the hardest waves are the last 5, yeah. Starting with wave 10 becomes much harder. There is another upgrade that you can do for maxing the build. Here I'm having Elemental Armament 2. If you want to max it, you put Rigwald's Ferocity. So this gives you 25% more elemental attack damage. If you take Rigwald's Ferocity, you get 30%, so 5 more. And this is a more multiplier, much more damage. So this you will actually swap later, and you take Rigwald's Ferocity, it gives you 30% more damage. It comes with a downside, it removes the attack speed, but we don't care about attack speed. So for my build here, if you take reduced attack speed, it will not impact. It's exactly the same build.
You can't get rid of the exile.
This is not a melee build. So on the gloves we cannot take melee gems because here it's we need projectile gems. So if you take something like this with projectile skills. If you take +2 melee skills, it will not work with grenades. Yeah. So you need projectile skills. +2 melee skills will not work with my grenade totems. You say to swap this at level 52. Is that tier 3 maps or something? No, it's interlude acts. That will happen in the interlude acts. Here is the build guide. If you go into the League Start Warrior Progression, if you go to the gems, it will tell you interlude acts. In Act 4, you will stay with Volcanic Fissure, and these are the setups. In interlude acts, you swap to Mortar Cannon. So after you kill the Act 4 boss, you will kill it with the Volcanic Fissure, then you can transition to the actual setup with Mortar Cannon. Here for each act you have the gems that you're gonna use. And here a mini guide for each. I will need to tweak it. So after this stream I will want to tweak this part. So when you transition to Mortar Cannon, I will tell people to kill the Act 4 boss, Malachite or what the fuck the name it is, with Volcanic Fissure. So you kill that boss with Volcanic Fissure, the moment you kill it, you go to interlude acts, you can transition into this build. Yeah. I will tweak it in the build guide after I close the stream today. How is the campaign leveling? This is a fresh warrior, you can check the Twitch VOD. So go on my Twitch and check the previous stream. So I started from level 1, I showcased the campaign. You have the full campaign progression, you check my previous stream from 2 days ago. Twister in the campaign is not that great as you think. So you want to do Twister? No, I'm telling you it's shit in the campaign, you need to press 5 buttons. So Twister in the campaign for leveling, in order to work, you need to press 5 different buttons. Good luck with that. When you see a video on YouTube, you need to understand they practiced. So those guys that play with Twister, they did a lot of practice. But it's very clunky to play. You need to do a combo that requires 5 different buttons. It's very annoying to play. So you need to press many buttons for Twister, else you will not do damage. I told you it's Volcanic Fisher. You should open the build guide. Or you can watch my Twitch VOD because I did it live on stream. No problem. Ugh.
What stands astride the abyss and beckons you to fall.
My boy, what you can do? Remember, we have a support channel. This is my Discord server. You have a support channel for this build. You need to generate a POB file. You post your POB file in the support and you say the problem. So you say you had problems with damage. You need to generate a POB and we inspect your setup. We need to check your skill tree and your items. Maybe we find mistakes. So make sure you do the build right. So if you do little damage, you have mistakes. And another mistake that, another tip that I can give you for the campaign, you try to get physical damage to attacks. Even for Volcanic Fisher. So for grenades and for Volcanic Fisher, you can get physical damage to attacks on the rings and on the gloves. So you can get physical damage to attacks, fire damage to attacks. If you can get both of them, even better. They are cheap on League Start. And you do much more damage. If you have an amulet, for Volcanic Fisher, you can get melee skill gems. And if you're on the grenades, you can get projectile skills. So you buy an amulet with +1 projectile skills in the campaign. It's very cheap. So +1, it's dirt cheap. You get +1 projectile skills, you get physical damage to attacks on the rings, on the gloves, and this will help with the weapon damage. I'm preparing a video tomorrow, I will talk about it. So I'll talk about my League Starter in the campaign, I'll make a reminder video. And I will talk about the modifiers that you can add to do more damage. Oh, oh! Let me jump. No, it's easy. I mean, difficulty +1 for this build will be easy. Crossbow craft is exactly the same, but you no longer use perfect essence of battle. So with the change that they did today, you follow the crafting guide, but you remove the part where I put perfect essence of battle. You skip it. and you stick with it. Check my crossbow here. I crafted 3 of them on stream. At the end, I don't use the Essence of Battle. That gives you gem levels. Yeah, that was how you will get your crossbow for the end game. I talked about the map modifiers. You have them in the build guide towards the bottom of the page. I talked about the map modifiers. Okay, let's do the last one. You can also get the box, 1 second. This one.
Believe me, you will fall exile.
Man, I cannot wait to play. So let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow I will practice Act 1. So I'm gonna level multiple warriors and we just focus on Act 1. We try to make it as easy as possible. I will repeat all the important things. Act 1 is the hardest, that's why. So ironically, Act 1 is the hardest for the progression. Not for me. For me it's easy. I'm talking about the general player. For me, Act 1 it's easy. But for new players, it's hard on a warrior.
I'm made of stronger stuff than that.
So be it. Keep your precious sanity, my
This is cheap.
agent of chaos. You shall serve me whether you
Good news.
Also, I want to make a reminder, which is very important for new players. I made that video that I said. So what matters for a league starter, yeah? You might want to check it out if you're new to the game. How to pick a good league starter. What you need to do in order to pick a good league starter. This is the video that you want to see. I published the video today. This is for new players and casuals. You really need to watch it. Okay, let's do some maps now. Let's use them. Yeah, of course, if the items are expensive in patch 0.4, you can gamble with gold. I did the same. Let me finish this map, and I want to show exactly how I will use my. Let me kill the boss. How I will use my maps in the next league. I will show you exactly after I kill the mob boss.
So long as divinity disgraces the world, no one is safe. You stand in the way of hope. My flesh
Okay.
is unimportant.
I drop it. I'll buy here some tablets, and this is how I will run my Abyss on League Star. We put here 4 additional Abyssals. This is the modifier that I want on all my tablets. I will run 2 or 3. So this one, chance to contain 4 additional abysses. It's a very powerful modifier. And for the other modifiers, you look for something with utility. Like increased effectiveness, 1 additional rare, even increased experience is useful. Let's put here 4 additional. We take this. And these are too expensive now. Man, fuck, the prices are too expensive. Let's buy from here. I don't want to overpay, yeah?
You've got some goods in.
Buy this one. Here, increased experience gain. Let me take this one. I level up faster. Okay, and I will buy 3 of these tablets, which will give you a lot of abysses.
All the best.
Let's open them up and see how it looks. I'm showing how I will farm my abyss.
Good news.
Just go here. Put them here. Let's juice them up. Give me a second. Let's do some slams. Extra damage as fire, lighting. Terrible, I think. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. See how it looks. So this will be the juicing that I will do next league. My boy, I don't play Twister. So from what I understood, you need to press a lot of buttons. So Twister leveling, you need to press like 3 or 5 buttons. So it's very clunky to play, it will not feel great. Yeah, so with this modifier, you will see a lot of abysses in the maps. Oh. If you really want to do Twister, you need to practice. So you don't have surprises. So you should start practicing now. So I should be able to see abyss everywhere here. In this map, there should be abyss everywhere. So this is similar to Overrun by Abyssal. There is a unique tablet that gives you Overrun by Abyssal, which is expensive. Here I'm not using the tablet and still I have abyss everywhere. Why do you like Abyss so much? 2 reasons. First of all, it gives a lot of experience. Secondly, it gives a lot of diviners. Like a lot of diviners. The rare enemies are inclined to drop diviners, and also you have abyssal coffers which can give you diviners. And the omens early on from Abyss are in high demand, so you make guaranteed profit from the omens that you sell. And the desecration currency. You can even get ancient ribs or ancient jawbones, which are even more expensive. So I'm telling you, you make good profit with Abyss and also a shit ton of experience. The reason I used oil grenade was for the fire exposure, that's it. Not for the damage. Now I get the fire explosion from the minions. So minions will give me fire exposure now. So I no longer need oil grenade. We use oil grenade in the campaign to trigger fire exposure. But now because I get it from the minions, I no longer need it. So it's not for damage, I don't use oil grenade for dealing damage. My boy, read the screen. I'm answering on YouTube. So the craft is exactly the same, you just don't use perfect essence of battle. That's how you craft a crossbow for the endgame. You use exactly the same guide from the build guide, but you skip the phase with essence of battle. The crossbow that I have does not have gem levels. You see, I don't have gem levels. This will be the crossbow that you will craft. Later, when you get more currency, you can get with gem levels too. So you can still find gem levels, but will be expensive. Until then, you craft something like this. It's like 30 exalted orbs, very cheap to craft. As you can see, I can do without problems. Look, I don't have any problem, yeah? I don't have gem levels there, and I still do it without problems. You see, you have abyss everywhere. For example, this one, Preserve Rib, it's a desecration currency, will have value on League People are crafting, you know, early items, and you can sell this. In addition to the Divine Orbs, you also get some Omens, some of them are expensive. We have some really expensive Omens, even on League Okay, give me a second. For some reason I cannot make the portal there, yeah? Shh.
You've received a shipment.
One of the biggest change that I love, we're gonna have a stash tab for the fragments. For the tablets, for the Sekema trials, for the ultimatum trials, it will save you a lot of headaches. Yeah. Let's do another map. This one. My boy, I will experiment with spell totems, but I like to make a starter that which I already know it is great. So this is a great starter, it's well tested, I cannot go wrong with it. So I don't want to have surprises on a league start. Again, this build I did in 0.3, 0.4 I do it again, so it's well tested, I don't have any surprises. I will also experiment with Spirit Walker, I will make a zoo build. So I'll make multiple builds, of course, but my league starter is fixed. This is my league starter. I will also make a spell totem build, yeah? Yeah, this is Warbringer. Look, El Balisto Magnifico. Check the name. Look here, El Balisto Magnifico.
Face me!
You know, when I was younger, it was a game, Escape from Monkey Island 3. So this is a very old game, like 20 years ago. The game was called Escape from Monkey Island 3. There was a segment in a bar. Es el Pueblo Diablo. I don't know if you played the game. And that's why, since I've seen that scene, I put names with L. No, from El Pueblo Diablo, I don't know if you get it. If you play the game. So, Escape from Monkey Island 3, it's a very old game, like 20 years ago. I don't know if you know. No, you don't know. If you don't know, it doesn't make sense. You need to understand the build was adapted for new players and casuals. So what I wanted to make? I want to make a build that's safe for new players. So you don't drop this. If you're an advanced player, you can take it, yeah. Imploding impacts will give you more damage, yeah. But Saki boys die a lot and they need a lot of defenses. This is very useful for new players and casuals. If you're a more advanced player, for sure you can take imploding impacts. It will give you more damage. But I like tanky build, so I decided to stick with Jade Heritage. So I did my best to put as much defenses as possible. I mean, the build is not done. I still have upgrades. But you will not get one-shotted. Defenses are quite fine. So this is not a build that will get one-shotted. And my regen is fucked up. Let me check here. This one, less recovery rate of life, 50%. Also have damage as extra chaos. I will need to fix my chaos later. Is there anything that you would change for hardcore? Man, if you play hardcore, I would recommend to focus on defenses, of course. So you play mega safe and you get much more defenses. For example, on your items, you want to take a high life roll with strength. If you take strength, also will give you more life. So all your rare items should have like 120 life plus and 30 strength plus. Maybe all attributes too. So this will give you much more life and you get much more armor. You will sacrifice some damage for defenses. What can I say more than that? The build was not made for hardcore. This build was made for softcore. Look, someone asked me on YouTube, boss, why do we need armor applied to elemental damage? First of all, you need to understand this is a defensive layer. This will not apply to the damage that we deal. This applies to our defenses. So the more armor you have here, yeah, it will mitigate hits that you get with fire damage, cold damage, and lightning damage. So this is a defensive boost. It's not for damage that you take, that you do. It's the damage that you take. So if a monster hits you with 100 lightning damage, you will take like 40. Something like that. So it will mitigate damage that you take. You become tankier. This is actually a very powerful modifier. We also have it here at the bottom. So you stack a lot of armor, you focus the armor applies to elemental damage. This is a defensive boost. You try to get it even on the gloves, even on the boots actually. It's a very powerful modifier. That's why armor is great, because of this modifier. If you stack evasion, you can have problems, you can get one-shotted. If you evade, you're happy, but if you don't evade the hit, you can get one-shotted. Builds that stack evasion tend to get one-shotted. Hmm.
This just keeps getting away. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it. Spin it! Guide it! Look sharp. That beast is smart. Don't give it a chance to recover.
I'm telling you, it's great. I mean, you can see it for yourself. I don't need to tell you. You see it. You also have a lot of videos on my channel, so I play this build before. You have on my YouTube channel so many videos with this build.
Enough!
Whoa! Whoa! So you have 3 amulet alternatives, yeah? You can use Eye of a Full Doom, you can use Fire Flower, you can use a rare amulet with +2 or +3 projectile skills. So amulet is not a problem. All 3 are great, all 3 are great. And actually, if you use Eye of a Full Doom, they added spirit. So now it gives you increased spirit, you can put extra supports for the auras. Yeah, so actually it made it slightly better, but my fear is that will be expensive. So I think this will no longer be cheap because they did a patch notes, they added increased spirit, another line to the amulet, which will make it very useful for spell totems. So I think this amulet will be expensive, but no problem, use Fire Flower or use the one that I'm using here. Red amulet +2 or +3 projectile skills. It's perfectly great. If you want to level up faster, you should use an irradiation tablet. So the area level also gives you more expensive, more experience, sorry. So we put here irradiation. It pushes area level. Let me try to get waste on 16. Let's put them here. I will corrupt them, yeah? And it can turn into waste on 16. Or it 14 if you're unlucky. Okay, let me try again. Man, where are the maps, man? Here are the maps. Get a couple. I'm trying to corrupt to get waste on 16. Okay, put a valor. Not even one. Oh, terrible luck. We try again. Let's take a couple of them. We make them rare. And we put a valor here. Let me take some alchemy. It can give you waste on 16. Okay, I got 2 of them. Let's run both of them. So now with irradiation and waste on 16, you have higher area level, gives you more experience. Let's do it. Build is strong as fuck. Oh, I cannot use free tablets. Let me see which one I will drop. This gives me extra experience, so I will keep. I'll use this one. My boy, you need to understand the gem levels, you still get them. It's just when you craft it. So I don't have gem levels here, but this doesn't mean that you will not get them. Later you will buy one with +5, so you still can get +5 gem levels. It's just that it will not be easy to craft on League Start. So you can still find a siege crossbow with additional grenade, physical damage, +5 gems and maximum totem. You're still gonna get it. It's not like you still can get +5 here. You will get eventually. You will farm some currency and you buy it. So we still have +5. Here I'm playing without the +5, yeah?
Fear will best you.
My boy, I answered that question like 100 times. I even put a text on the screen. No problem. You don't use the perfect essence of battle. You craft exactly the same. When the step when you need to apply perfect essence of battle, you don't put it. And that's it. Actually, the craft will be way cheaper. You can craft a crossbow like this for like 30 exaltidogs. And you can do all the content in the endgame. So let's look at the upsides. The craft will be extremely cheap. I did all the content today without gem levels. So here, you see me playing, I don't have gem levels on the crossbow. And I'm still clearing without problems. Later, when you get more currency, you will get with gem levels. And it will become way better. Look, you can still do without problems. So the craft, it's exactly the same, you just don't put at the end perfect essence of battle. Area level 82. I think I will level up in this map. You get much more experience, yeah? If it's area level 82, much more experience. Oh. Ooh. You know, I died to the Chaos Boys. Shh. So I'm not Chaos Cap. Shh. Build this tank. Yeah. Yeah, the Chaos Balls, yeah, Chaos Balls. Shh. Shh. Let me play safer, actually. I will not play like Rambo. So these Chaos Balls, I'm not Chaos Resistance kept. I need to be careful. They can shotgun me. You're a sucky boy. Do you have ticks? No, I say on purpose. Shh. It's a joke. Shh. So when you put a question, for example, you put in the chat, boss, can you help me with the build? I said, shh. So I don't have to answer, you know? Or maybe you put in the chat, boss, why the build is so squishy? I say, shh. And I don't have to answer anymore, you know? If I get a question in the chat that I don't like, I just say, shh. You know, shit like shut up. Shh. And I answer the question. So I died here. People want to ask me in the chat if the build is squishy. I will just say, shh. Just say, why the build is squishy? Shh. You know, why the build is shit? Shh. You know, and I solved the problem. So people will ask me now, why the build is squishy? Shh. Is this build shit? Shh. You know, I lost my experience actually. Oh fuck, I lost all my experience. Let me check the map modifiers. So we have elemental weakness, damages extra fire. No, I mean the modifiers are fine, are easy. No, we don't have anything great. Nah, it's easy. No, it's okay, I explained why I said. It makes the stream more fun, yeah? At least in my head. Man, you want to say cluster grenade. So your question, it's actually like this. Why you use cluster grenade and not explosive grenade? This is what you want to ask me. And the reason is simple. Even though explosive grenade shows you more DPS in the DPS tooltip, in reality cluster grenade is way superior, much more damage. I know you open the DPS tooltip here. Let's go here, and you see that if you put explosive grenade, it shows a bigger number. But in reality, cluster grenade does way more damage than explosive grenade. You have a lot of mini explosions that overlap. So all those mini explosions will overlap one on top of each other, and you do in reality much more damage than explosive grenade. So it's superior. Even though you see less damage here in the tooltip, it's much damage than explosive grenade. All those small explosions overlap on single target, and in reality it's much more damage than explosive grenade. But Saki boys, they pay attention to the DPS tooltip. They don't take into account that grenades overlap. And also you have multiple explosions, they can detonate multiple times. It says grenades fired by supported skills have 50% chance to activate a second time, and you have so many grenades that detonate at the same time. I mean, it's more damage. Don't check the DPS tooltip. It's also better for the clear speed. So cluster grenade will also clear the maps faster. It has better clear speed, not just single target. What Ascendancy are you going to use on Leakstar? The Ascendancy from the build guide, which is Warbringer. You want to make this build, you should follow the build guide. You need to make Warbringer. It's not like you can make it on any class. For this particular setup, you need Warbringer. Look. Let's open a new map. I'm out of Abyss. Oh, tomorrow I will level another warrior, don't worry, and I will do Act 1 and 2. So John on YouTube tell me that leveling is dog shit in Act 1, I know. I will do another warrior on stream, so give you more tips. Tomorrow. Okay, let's run this one. My problem with spell totems are the defenses, yeah? Everyone is obsessed with damage, which damage can also be a problem for spell totems, yeah, even in the endgame. But you need to sacrifice a lot of things. So how the fuck will be the defenses? I mean, sure, you play spell totems, but if the build is squishy, good luck with that. So that's my problem with spell totems. How are the defenses? If you play a build where you get one-shotted often, it's not fun. And of course, I'm talking about the endgame.
Steal your
Items might be also expensive on League Start. If you have a lot of people making spell totems, items can be expensive with spirit. Probably you want scepters too. You want scepters with spirit. So it will be expensive, probably squishy too. I will make spell totems too on a Warbringer, yeah. Just for testing, yeah, to have some fun. But this will be my main build. Hey, welcome. I'm doing showcase. So all the day today I did showcase with this build. I'm playing with some handicaps too. And I'm showing what really matters. I'm showing endgame potential. Yeah? With cheap items. I'm not showing the campaign. I've shown the campaign multiple times. So this is what really interests you. The build, how it performs in the endgame. What it can farm. This is what is important. Look, area level 81. Area level 81. I'm using cheap items. I don't even have gem levels on the crossbow. Here I have +2. I don't even have +3. So I'm showing exactly what matters. Look, here it's an example. Someone, Rico here on chat, said they made a run on Huntress Twisters and in the middle of the game to end game, it became very squishy. Exactly like that. So you have a good time in the campaign, you reach the end game and you realize it's a shit build. So in the campaign it's fine, in waste on 1 up to 10 it's fine, when you reach waste on 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 it's a shit build. It's expensive, you know, it's squishy, you get one-shotted and you have a terrible time. So what really matters is what you see here on my screen. This is what really matters, not the campaign. This is the only thing that should matter for a league starter. Yes, my boy, you're right. Someone got it. So I put the text on the screen because I get the same question every 5 minutes. That's exactly why I put the text on the screen. So you see a text in the middle of the screen, I get the same question every 5 minutes. That's exactly why I put the text there. So I got tired getting the same question every 5 minutes, so I had to put it in the middle. I don't like it, but I had to put it there.
Reckon that we were a whisk good hunting. There it is.
So I repeat it 10 times, I repeat it 20 times, but I cannot repeat all day, you know?
Let's get a move on the revs.
There was an interview with Ziggy D and they said that they reduced the visual effects for grenades. So we're expecting in the next league not to see this abomination anymore. So after the reveal stream, there was an interview with Ziggy D. Inside the interview, they talked about the grenades. One of the questions was about the visual clarity. And they said that they worked it, now it's better. Yeah. Let me read it 1 second. Is the Totem Ballista still viable in 0.5? Yes. If you go on my YouTube channel, you will see a video. Porno. This one. You should watch this video. Is my build... Look at the question. It says, is my build still viable in patch 0.5? This is the question. And I talked about the patch notes and how it impacted my starter. It's still perfectly fine. Yeah? So I published a video about it.
My satchel is full.
Yes, I will also farm Trial of Sekema. Someone on YouTube asked me if I'm gonna farm Trial of Sekema. Yes, I'm gonna do Trial of Sekema too. I will farm Last Flame with carry services, with this build. Yes, I will do it again. Oh. Let's do another gamble. So after this map, I will make another gamble, yes?
Feel my wrath.
My boy, I need to make profit. So if I do Trial of Sekema carry, I will not... no, I will not give you a discount. Because that will be my farm. I need to farm some currency. So if I do carry services on League Start for Trial of Sekema, I do it for profit so I can get my upgrades for the build. I cannot do it for free or cheap. That will be my farm, you know. Instead of farming Abyss, I will do Trial of Sekema, so I need to make some profit. I cannot make free service on League Start. Or very cheap service. I cannot do that. My boy, I will start at night. So the moment the league starts, I know it's Europe, I will still play it. So the league start is the only exception when I will play during the night. So I will make a couple of coffees and I will play like 12 hours on league start. So the moment it starts, I'll be online like 12 hours. Ask me on YouTube, yeah? Let me try to get more till 16, yeah? We get this too. We put alchemy. And we corrupt. Man, I'm very unlucky. Okay, let's go out. It's also fun, my boy. One button build. Tanky. You will not get one-shotted. You don't use mana. Very cheap, which is important. I need to stress this thing that is not expensive. So you can do waste on 15, 16 on League Start with very cheap items. Even look, +2 gems. On this you can craft for 30 Exalted of Deterministic craft. You can craft it yourself. Nothing incredible. Here you want a lot of armor too, so the price is important. Let me try to get waste on 16 again. Okay. I made a video today on YouTube explaining what's important for a league starter, what to look for. Look, I had 2 of them. Let's run them. Ban red lead. Let's check the message. Bounce, how do you craft the crossbow nor with the change they made to the unique modifiers? All crafting modifiers are now guaranteed, but items can only have one crafting. Desecrate modifiers no longer count as crafting modifier, but items are limited to one desecrate modifier. I mean, just one desecration. Don't ban him. He doesn't know. I'm just using one desecration. So we have one essence and one desecration. I crafted 3 different crossbows on stream. I no longer use 2 essences. So we have greater essence of abrasion and we have 1 desecration here. Yeah, I'm not using 2 desecrations, 1. Don't ban him. You also have it on the screen. I mean, a lot of people put the same question, yeah? Which it's not that great for me. I get the same question. Yeah, you don't need a regex filter. This build you don't need a regex. You just put them up and you run it. Let me read, 1 second. Let's read. It is worth it to make this build on a tactician next league? No. I repeat it like I go crazy. I won't repeat again. So question, if this you can do the whole game tier 16 on easy league starter, what would be the point for an endgame build? What is different? To answer your question, you have a video. Let's put it on the screen. So this is my YouTube channel. I literally posted a video today answering your question. I said, what makes a good league starter? It's exactly your question. You go now on my YouTube channel, here is my channel, and you watch the last video. It's exactly your question. Okay, last video on my YouTube channel. Okay, let's go back to the game. I also put it on YouTube. So in that video I explained what really matters for a league starter. A lot of people don't understand. And they pick a bad starter, then they have to reroll into another build, they get one-shotted in the end game, they cannot farm, items are expensive, etc. So if you watch that video, you don't have any surprises. If you watch my playstyle, I move a lot. Yeah? You really don't want to stand still. Try to move at all times. You can place totems on the move, yeah? Let me read what we have here. I should level up. Look, I leveled up. We're gonna take this one. I really want this jewel socket. You know, you try to focus the jewel sockets. Let me drop this one and we take the jewel. No, Warbringer. This is actually better because you don't need to target. So I'm not targeting, I'm just moving around and casually summoning a totem. So you don't need to target manually the enemies. Okay, let's finalize the abysses. So if you want to power level, you put irradiation tablet. And you try to get waste on 16. Look, I'm level 92. My boy, this build, it's very powerful, let's be clear. Let's put the build guide again. So you have a build guide. What you see now on the screen, it's the cheap version. So I'm playing on the cheap version here, but this version has a max version. You see? So here I'm playing on the normal version. It's using very cheap items, affordable. And you also have a max version. This obliterates everything. You can even do Simulacrum plus 3. It's very tanky and much more damage. I'm already doing good damage. So I'm playing the normal version, very affordable. If you like the build, you can max it. If you do the max version, you do shit ton of damage. Shit ton of damage and better defenses even more defenses. Keep in mind, I'm playing on a normal version and I don't have it even fully done. So what you see here is nothing. The build becomes much stronger than this. Here I'm emulating, you know, day 3 of League Start, let's say like that. So this is what we expect on day 3 on League Start, what you see here, but the build is much stronger. So what you see here is nothing. For example, I can do full Trial of Sekema carry. Last league I was doing full party carry in Trial of Sekema. A lot of currency. With this build. Whoa! The fuck? We have one more abyss at the top. The best grenade is cluster grenade. I tested all of them. So best in slot cluster grenade, you don't switch it. Oh! My boy, I got a phone call. 1 second. Give me a second. My boys, anyway, I wanted to close the stream. I really need to go. So I have to do something now. You understood it's a good build. I need to close the stream. I really need to close the stream. We continue tomorrow. Yeah, sorry about this. Anyway, I wanted to close the stream. It's almost 6 hours. We're gonna play tomorrow, yeah? We're gonna level a new warrior starting tomorrow. So this was warrior number 3. I did already one here from 1 to 91. I did 1 to 92. This was number 3. We're gonna do one more tomorrow and show the campaign. Thank you for dropping by and talk tomorrow. I need to go.